we live? Hello? Hello, hello. Oh no. Oh no, my chat's broken. It's cursed. I'll refresh it. I'll refresh it. Oh, good. That's good. I don't know what I did to it. But hello! Hello, hello. Let me refresh it. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, I refreshed it. It should be okay now. My chat box was like dead. It was just, you know when the browsers are like bad boxes. There we go. There is working. It's Jian, Johnny, hello. Dex, hello. Hello everyone. Hello. I got hands. I got hands now, Ben. When was the last time we collabed? Which was actually really yeah, I love that. I love that. That was so fun. I love that stream. It was so good. Even when I like died, it was good. Two demons in the nether. Hello! Yes, we're back! Hello, Johnny. Hello, Topi! And Moosey! Yes, it's Ben! Hello, everyone! We cannot— oh shit, you guys couldn't hear him? I'm talking to the void. Oh no! I'm such scuff. I'm sorry. Hold on, hold on. Let me, hold on. Where is Discord though? Where is it? Oh, here. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. Here we go. Now.
The one scene, but not the other scene.
It should be fixed now. We'll find out when we move to the next scene.
We'll find out. Yeah.
No Discord audio. Hello, Soma. Yeah. No, you guys can hear him now, right? Hello. Ben, talk. Let them hear your demon chants.
Hi, hi.
There we go! There is Ben! Shall we reintroduce ourselves in case there are newer people here? Ben, you wanna go?
Yeah, hi. Welcome. Good morning, evening. I am Fenwick Alcester, the Demon Moose.
Woohoo, Ben!
Got with me this little cutie right here.
Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jian and I am your demon lord. Hello. Yeah!
Inaccurate heights though. Gotta fix it. Just like
Down in front. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're totally sitting down right now. We're sitting down.
Yeah. That's fair.
We're sitting down right now. What are you talking? How tall are you, Ben? How tall are you?
6'6" and 6 inches. 6'6.6". There we go. That's what I meant to say. Well,
say psych right now.
What?
Say psych right now.
No. Not counting the antlers. So like the antlers would add like, another like, I don't know, 6 inches probably.
You could probably keep it on for now and just chatting real
quick.
Well,
I mean, you see the thing is that because of how I have my OBS set up, I'm like partially off the screen, so I'm just not. I will not. Pretend that my shoulder is not cut off right now.
On my screen, it looks really good. It just adds to the full like demonic energy.
I'll just like I'll scoot you over. There we go. Now you just go back in front again.
Yeah. Down in front. There we go.
Now it's like yeah. So hi, welcome in everyone.
Hello.
Today's like something a bit different because like it's really funny. Like I forget like it was something that you mentioned on your stream like last week, was it? Before?
I think it was maybe last week or so. I was talking about how I watched Terminator 0, and it was like all on the concept of like different philosophies. Like, well, I was watching a multiple things. So it was Terminator 0, and it was also like bodies that had to do with like timelines, and I also watched Deadpool and Wolverine. So that's why it was like it was about a bunch of different like philosophical topics, which I find that they're bringing back into the mainstream media and develop like, you know, delving into it a little further, right? And one of it was the topic of AI because of Terminator and the like conscience about like, you know, as humans, like where is human morality and things like that. So I was like, it tickled my brain because I took philosophy in my Demon Academy days. And of course not to the extent of like maybe like actual philosophers per se, but enough to where it's interesting. It's interesting. So
that's
yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah.
And AI is like a really like super like information rich dense topic, so like there's a lot to talk about and think about there.
Yeah, and then you mentioned on chat that you like are very knowledgeable in the AI aspect of it, right? Or overall?
I wouldn't call myself an expert, but like I know a fair amount about it. Like that's one thing. Like I'm not an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Like let's just get that right. Like I haven't specifically academically studied this stuff. However, I do like to think I kind of know my shit.
No, that's good. That you know a lot more shit than I do. So that's why we're gonna be yapping. We're gonna yap and just talk about like, well, a lot of all sorts of things. So I think what happened was that after that stream, Ben here was like super giga brain, like big, like what do you call it? Big brain yeah. You
Galaxy brain,
yeah, galaxy brain, and gave like a list of different like areas.
Yeah, because like as soon as like we mentioned it as like a thing, I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about it right now. I'm just gonna open up Obsidian and like just kind of brain dump about like things that could be talked about.
That is true. That's true. And then I was like, I'm coming into this absolutely zero prepared. I woke up today at like, what did I say? 3, 4? I got out of bed at 3 p.m.
3, 4,
yeah. I got out of bed. I ate food. I watched Zale's debut. And then I was, what did I do? I started like getting carried away with party animals.
I still haven't played that actually. I think I have it and everything, but like I just haven't, gotten around to playing it.
You have it, Ben? You have
no,
party animals?
I haven't.
But you have it. You have the game.
But I have it, yes. I own a fair number of games that's like, this will be good to have at some point.
Okay, good to know, because there's currently an event going on where it's like cats versus dogs.
Oh, that's what that was about. I saw your tweet. I'm like, I couldn't quite figure out like, what is this from? Like, it looks like vaguely familiar, but
it's from Party Animals. What are you, Ben?
Yeah,
are you team dog or are you team cat? Like, which do you prefer?
It's a tough call, but like, probably team dog.
Okay.
I like cats, but like, yeah, it's like I don't know,
No, I get you. I love.
Hi, Meta. Welcome
dogs.
in. Come on in.
Hello. I like dogs. I like dogs more. But that game had me torn for 30 minutes about whether or not what team I would pick. So that was my day. How was your day, Ben? How was your day?
It was actually pretty similar to yours, with the exception of that mine started at about like 1 when I got up.
Not too far up. Not too far off.
Yeah, not too far off. Yeah, it was just kind of like doing, like, got up, vaguely remembered to eat something. Oh shit.
What happened? What happened?
So, I don't have audio of you on mine. I'm sorry.
It wasn't just me, guys.
Yeah, no, I
It wasn't.
didn't realize I didn't realize that. One sec.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's not like something we would have expected to have set up, right? We set up a good 30 minutes before stream, which is pretty good if you don't know for streamers.
There we go. Okay, now y'all should be able to hear her. This is Jian.
Hello. Earth to the demons of Ben's realm. Hello.
There we go.
It's okay. We both now had scuff.
Yeah, we both made that mistake. Like, cause like I've never done a collab like where I've used this scene. So,
oh, as a collab, yeah, it was probably
no, exactly. Like I've used this scene plenty, but it's always been as like a solo, just me sitting there talking.
Right.
So it's like.
No, that's completely fair. We were setting up stream, guys, and so I think initially the stream was supposed to be yesterday. Thank you, Sen. I had demon duties, so I couldn't stream, and I was like, plus I was probably dead. I'll be real with you guys. I was probably dead after. So
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like I was finishing up D&D, and I was sitting there. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna be really tired going into this. I'm gonna start, really going on the caffeine, and then you message me. I'm like, oh, okay, good. Like I don't have to completely caffeine load myself for this. We're good.
Especially with my hours. I don't blame you. I stream so late.
For reference to the people on my stream, John here streams at like ridiculous hours. Like I'm going to bed and I get the little ding and I just know that it's like, okay, it's midnight. I'm getting an alert from Twitch. That's John going live.
For all the North Americanos, it is very late. It's like no matter what time it is in the Americas, it is very late. So I am like, it's no surprise. So I am streaming a little earlier, but yesterday I was really tired and I had demon duties. So I was like, "Fan, I'm sorry. Can we push it to tomorrow?"
That was all good with me.
Yeah. And it worked out. It worked out in the end.
Yeah.
And this time I'm caffeinated. Today's drink of choice is Thai tea.
Ooh, nice. If I have to bring out the caffeine, then it's gonna be black tea. Black iced tea.
Nice.
Oh, Gat redeemed a bad pickup line. Give me 1 second.
A bad? Are you gonna look one up?
I gotta go to my list. I forgot to open up my list.
In the meantime, hello Mono, hello Johnny, welcome. Yapping stream? Yes, it is a yapping stream. EP Jian, always EP.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Here's one for you, Gat.
Okay, hey guys.
Hey Gat, if you were a transformer, you'd be Optimus Fine.
That's a good one. That's a good one because the new movie came out.
Oh yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah. I got an ad for it on Twitch. and it was like, this is the all-time best movie of Transformers, never seen before. Because I guess it's digging into like the lore.
Like the actual backstory and shit like that. I don't like the animation style. I just don't.
I don't blame you. It's
I haven't
3D,
seen it, but I watched the trailer and I'm like, this it's like Uncanny Valley for real and cartoon. It's like a sort of like in between neither.
Oh, I just saw I've only ever seen the what do you call it? The promo art, the movie art. Like, the poster in the movie theaters, because it was in the theaters after I finished watching Deadpool, so it was just kind of like there, and I was like, oh, cool. But W movie though, yeah, I heard it was good. I don't know about style, but I heard it was really good though. IT sibling, my brother, he watched it yesterday. He said it was really good. So yeah, style I don't know, but he said it was good. Oh, yeah, all right. Story wise. Yeah, maybe give it a shot then. if you can bypass the art.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't blame you though. If it's considered with just art alone, because no, I can't. I'm lying. I am a liar. I consume anything, even if it's a. No, that's not true. I don't know. Sometimes I will consume it even with bad art. I'll be like, Picasso. Picasso. But yes, guys, we are gonna be yapping about... It all started with movies because I watched... Or it wasn't really a movie and shows, mainstream media. Because I watched Deadpool, and then I watched Bodies, which is a Netflix show. And then I watched Terminator, which was where I went down that rabbit hole. Of today's topic, what are we talking about?
Yeah, we are talking about AI and like the philosophy and questions surrounding it. And I'm gonna stall for another 30 seconds because I've got an ad running right now.
Oh, it's okay. We won't switch screens yet.
Not quite yet. But yeah, so the topic is like AI and like some of the questions and like, you know, how we handle it and like what exactly it is and like that sort of thing. And so yeah, like just there's so much to get into it that I like thought about it like, you know what? I think I can pull off an entire stream about just AI and talking about it, even though like I'm usually not much of like, especially when I'm just solo, I'm not much of a yapper. Like it just doesn't like in order to really yap, I need a collab partner. But even then it's like it doesn't super come naturally to me unless it's something like this, and then it's like, okay, well yeah, this is absolutely something that I can just go on for like, you know, who knows how long. Let's find out.
Well, thankfully for you, I tend to be a little bit of a yapper. I tend to be a little bit of a yapper, especially when I'm dumb, so, you know, it works out. Because I'll ask a lot of dumb questions. So if you guys also have dumb questions, feel free to ask, or even ideas, or if you guys know a thing or two, feel free to say something, because maybe...
absolutely chime in with, like, whatever you've got going, because, like...
Because maybe we don't know.
You're here to talk. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty to talk about, and I'm not going to assume that I, you know, have all the, you know all the questions, know all the answers. So let's get into what we do have, though.
Yeah, let's switch screens. Yeah. Let's do. Hopefully my Discord is.
Actually.
I know. I'm like, hopefully my Discord.
Like, mine is probably gonna be fine, but let's find out.
I think my Discord is fine. I think it's good.
Yeah, looks like Discord's fine. Okay, we're good.
I'm switching.
You guys can hear.
All right.
Can hear Little Demon Lord, right?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello, mortals.
I think we're good.
Mortals.
I think we're good.
All right, perfect. And then you guys can hear Fen too. I'm pretty sure. AI, like robots. Yeah, robots and
robots and stuff.
I'm full of dumb questions. Perfect, because so am I. Could you guys fall in love with a robot? There's a topic with that. There's a question. That's a good topic. Wait, where's my browser? You have it open. I was like, so look, guys, look what we pulled out of our desk. Let me make this a little bit bigger, and then you guys can see a bit.
Yes, yeah. I was just like sneaking us over to the right of the screen a bit.
Okay, yeah, I just zoomed in a bit. Okay, so you guys should be able to see Fen. Fen is there as Squirrel for some reason.
Squirrel.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't signed up for Canva actually.
Oh, it's okay. It's free.
I cut that off in my stream.
Oh, it's okay. It's because on your mouse is named Squirrel here. So now Fen's is Canon Squirrel.
And Squirrel. Moose and Squirrel.
Moose Squirrel.
That's fitting. That's fitting. Hey, Rocky.
Audio's clear. Perfect. Perfect. Let me move my tabs over a bit so that I can see this better. Okay. Alrighty, guys. So, what should we start with first, Ben? I do like that question though. We're gonna bucket that. Could you fall in love with a robot? Because I think that ties into it a little bit something that I want to bring up. But remind me, guys. Don't let me forget, because I will easily forget.
Can we like add like a random note?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me figure out how do I
I just pulled up what we can't would Would you fall in love with a bot?
He's writing it somewhere.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Put it in.
Like in the bottom left of the, you like click on like the notes. There's like a thing
yeah.
there, and you click on it. Yeah.
Oh, I see. You wrote in the notes. Okay. Okay. I will remind you. I'll never forget. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So first off, I think the place to start is what is an AI, because that's a question in its own right, as it turns out.
Yeah. What is
well, let's break it down. Artificial. So created by other life. Like that's not something that evolved naturally. And I think for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to narrow it down to computerized, like robot, like that type of AI.
Mm-hmm.
If you go with a more general definition, I'm sure there's other things that could be fit in. For the purposes of this, I'm just gonna say, computer based. Just not make it too complicated.
It's computer based. Oh, well, that's good. That's okay.
Because that's already, we're all non-organic. That's sure, yeah. Another way of framing it.
Non-organic. Non-organic, is this meaning like not biodegradable?
So I agreed with that, and then realized that under specific depictions in fiction, this red bubble here, I mentioned both the replicants from Blade Runner and the Cylons from Battlestar Galactica, both of which have a biological component to them. So I don't think that non-organic is entirely...
Because that's also hard too, because in Terminator Zero, right? Spoiler alert, if you guys haven't watched Terminator Zero, you better mute me now. But in Terminator Zero, the cyborg used like tissues and stuff. So are they a robot? Are they AI? Or are they human then? So
I think in that particular case, it probably counts. I'd count that.
You count it as AI, or
how can you not count the Terminators as AI? Like, I think that's a pretty
but they have organic tissues.
Pretty safe statement.
Okay.
So I don't think it necessarily has to be non-organic is the thing.
Okay.
Because that's just the medium.
Ah.
Now that I'm sitting here, I don't think I can use the replicants.
You thought about it.
I thought about it. So let's just remove the replicants. They're a different case.
Okay.
And then intelligence, because how do you define what's intelligent or not? And the very bad, very broad, some pedant is going to stick me on this definition. I know they are. It has to be it's emergent behavior. Where the intelligence is learning more than it started with, which to set it apart from plain algorithms. Where an algorithm you program an algorithm to do a thing and it spits out more of what you programmed it to, whereas something that has some level of intelligence has to make it more and different, something beyond what you originally made it do.
Oh, so it has to be evolving. Like it is, so it's not just, it has to...
Yeah,
go beyond code at that point?
Yeah, kinda. It has to go beyond where it started. It has to go beyond what you gave it to start. Sure. And I know, that's not a fantastic, perfect definition.
Okay.
So don't nobody quote me and say, oh, Fen said that this is the perfect definition. It's not. I know it's not. But
We took that
that's
and we
what
threw
we're
it out
running
the
with.
window. We took it and we threw it out the window. We're not experts, guys. Don't quote us.
Like, I could pull up a textbook definition, but I'm not going to.
Oh.
This is me, yeah.
That's a good one. Johnny said a good one. Oh, like automation versus AI kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's like that was something that I was going to approach, because you know, when you come down to it, one of the classic things is, you know, people talk about you know, smart tech, smart homes, that sort of thing.
Oh.
And you look into it, and 95% of all the things marketed as smart.
That's true.
It's just automation. It's just automation. It's pretty stupid. It's just basic algorithms. Nothing that I would term as real AI. We are starting to see a bit more of that, but yeah, things like Alexa, as it currently stands, those are just very, very complex algorithms, very complex automation, not AI.
Okay. So we got that down. That makes sense. No, that makes sense, because automation is more like it's doing rinse and repeat versus AI
Exactly.
is doing
building
building
and learning and doing new things beyond what you set it to.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, like the instant you're saying, "Hey Alexa, turn on the lights," that's, you know, it's just responding and doing exactly what you told it to.
Okay. So I have that there, not AI. Let me make this good now. Alright, so we got what AI is. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I never actually considered like Alexa or smart homes to be AI, but that makes a lot more sense, because automation, that definitely is automation versus AI itself. AI, I've always considered it like Terminator. That's the main one.
So
I think about, or like it thinks for itself.
Terminator and things like that. We can go down to these blue boxes down here.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna zoom in and now that we've defined like the sort of broad, you know, what is AI, we can start talking about the fact that there's a couple of different subcategories, broad subcategories of how. Of course, you haven't seen Terminator, Meta. You don't watch movies.
How'd you know? I was not saying,
because I know exactly what Meta's like. In my chat, like he doesn't watch movies.
Oh,
He doesn't watch any movies.
Me too, dude. I only watch anything if like IT sibling tells me like, hey, this is good, let's watch it, and I'm like, okay. Guys, also funny story was that Ben wrote out these acronyms like ANI, AGI, ASI, and then I was like, all right, time to put my thinking brain on. So I think I got, did I put A and I right? Did I get that?
A and I was the one that you didn't get right.
Damn. Did I put automatic number?
It was like automatic number identification, yeah.
I was like, I know this. This is from my gotcha games. But okay, what actually is ANI? Artificial Neural Intelligence.
So you mentioned Terminator, and like, so we'll actually start here in the middle.
Okay.
With artificial general intelligence, which, when it comes to AI, and if you ask someone to picture an AI, an AGI is what they're going to think about. They are going to think about an artificial general intelligence, which is an AI that is basically, it's a human, but not.
It's a human, but not. Wait, so they're thinking Terminator.
Thinking Terminator, data from Star Trek, they're thinking something that thinks like a human, that learns and can handle new tasks, and like, you know, if you give it an unfamiliar situation, it can deal with it.
Okay. Okay.
And that's significant because we can't do that yet. And we might never be able to do that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
So if you ask someone to think, imagine an AI. That's an AGI. Ultron from the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh, the robot.
The robot. Vision, another one. That's another example of an AGI. Hal from Space 2001 for the boomers out there. Jarvis, you know, things like that. All of those are examples of AGIs, where they're human-like intelligences.
They look obviously like. Is it that they look like, or that they have the moralities of humans? It's that they think like, and it's that they think like them. So they don't need to look like it, but they react and think and learn in similar manners to a human would. And importantly is that ability that, like, it, you know, they can speak and make conversation. They can also play chess. They can also drive a car. They can also, you know, do all these things. It's this idea of an intelligence that is able to do everything, kind of. Have you seen, like, Chobits, the anime?
I haven't. That is one that I don't know. So
Chobits is for those that don't know, it's a very old anime. I was not sentient and was probably not old enough to watch it. Don't ask why I watched it. But somehow I came across it, and Chobits is like robots too. And it was the idea or the concept that humans made robot like dolls or puppets per se that like helped with daily human tasks like cleaning, secretary work, babysitting, housework, you know, things like that. Would that be followed under AGI, and if that's by the concept? Because it's not only did they look, I guess, like they looked like human, but it's the idea that they were I don't know, would that be AGI? Because they're still tasked to do things and they'll follow those tasks, but you know.
Yeah, I'd say that counts.
Okay, so we're gonna put Chobits.
Yeah, the level doesn't have to be exactly
like what goes beyond that? Like what's the defined capabilities of human to react? Like, have you seen another show? Not show, but game. Have you seen I don't know, have you ever seen me play Lies of P? Or have you
Yeah.
seen Lies of
P? So I've seen you and I've seen Eris play it. So I haven't played it myself, but like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like those puppets, would those count as
puppets?
AGIs?
The puppets would count as AGIs, yes.
Okay, we're gonna put puppets here. But then, so what's the capabilities of human? Define that. Like, what's reactive? See, this is where we go into the fine line of capabilities of human, right? Because there's actually a philosophy topic, right? About what defines a human versus a puppet, right? I'm gonna put Lies of P just for context. Like, what defines a capability of human and reaction of human? Because technically, Ultron, works for capabilities of human, but Ultron failed to have, like, you know, like not emotion, but like, how is it? Feelings and stuff. And Terminator lacked capabilities of human because they didn't have the, you know, the empathy, right? A lot of these didn't have empathy.
I see your point, and instead of trying to answer that directly, because oh boy, that's a can of worms.
That's the question. Okay, we'll bucket that. We'll bucket that.
So instead of answering it directly, in order to get at what I think you're getting at in terms of, defining what an AGI is, I think we should look at the other two categories.
Okay.
To compare and contrast.
Okay.
So we'll jump over to artificial superintelligences first, where ASIs are purely hypothetical, basically, because an ASI is this Skynet, intelligences that are far beyond anything we're capable of, that think in an alien way, massively expanded capabilities beyond what humans can handle. Another example would be the machines in the Matrix.
Oh.
Because despite having, multiple, many AIs there's an overarching superintelligence that
Halo?
sees this.
Halo? The one chick? What's her name? Do you know Halo?
Cortana.
Cortana, would this count?
Cortana would be an AGI.
Oh. Okay. Keep going.
Because fundamentally, she thinks like a human. She has the calculation abilities of a computer, but ultimately, she acts like a human most of the time. ASIs are fundamentally things that kind of hard to define. Because
I think Skynet and Kokoro make sense because they're able to extend to a library that's beyond human capacity. Like, there's no way a human could read 1,000 texts, right? For example, is that the idea? They're accessing large databases. Is that the idea?
They're accessing huge amounts of information and doing problem solving and theorizing at a level that we could never get to. So this sort of super ultra intelligence that could do anything up to, has the processing power to predict the future and things like that.
Okay. Big database.
Big databases, yeah. So that's why they're kind of hard to define, is because we can only vaguely define them in terms of what they could do, because by definition we wouldn't be able to know how they think.
Okay.
We're talking about actual Giga Brain, Galaxy Brain type things.
But they're still human created, yes?
They'd still not necessarily created by humans.
Does this exist?
But still created. No.
Oh, it's just a concept.
It's just a concept. One of the leading theories is that a superintelligence is more likely to be created as the result of something of an AGI evolving.
Okay. So it's this because this Pokemon evolve.
Yeah, it's the theory that chances are we couldn't directly create an ASI ourselves because of the fact that would involve creating something that we can't adequately conceptualize.
Okay. So this is Skynet and Kokoro in this case.
Yeah, Skynet after it gains sentience.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have anything like this.
That we don't have anything like that. That's another thing. Sentience. Ignoring the equally large can of worms that is the question, what is sentience, which I do not want to try to answer that one.
Yeah, I was about to be like, what's
sentience? I do not
sentience?
want to try to answer that one.
I was like, what is that? It's okay, you don't have to answer. If it doesn't pertain to
I'm not trying that one. If an AGI evolves, we all need to spam B. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, what's this one then? What's narrow intelligence? Is it the dumb sibling?
So narrow intelligences are the ones that basically do specific tasks. That it's the AI that it's like that can only do one thing. So ChatGPT, fantastic example. It only knows how to do one thing. It only knows how to respond to text. It can only talk back.
Oh.
ChatGPT doesn't know how to play chess.
Really?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It can't play chess. If you like it, that's not what it was designed to do. It doesn't know how to do that.
So, because if you ask it if you ask it to do a move, it can't do a move, or it'll make an illegal move, huh?
So ChatGPT is in essence very, very, very smart predictive text, like your phone would have, where it tries to predict what the next word you're gonna say is. ChatGPT is just that, but really good. So it has no concept of strategy or something or anything like that.
What is ChatGPT good for? I just use it to make sentences. Like, please tell me how to write in Shakespearean.
That's what it's good at.
Oh.
That's what it's good at.
like making up stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
Making up sentences that seem real. That is what, yeah. It is good autocomplete. That's what it is.
Oh.
But it can't play chess. It can't drive a car.
Oh, okay.
It can't do things like that. It is a narrow intelligence. It can't. There are AIs out there that are very, very good that have been. There are AI programs that have been set up to be very good at identifying cancer cells. But those programs, those narrow intelligences that are specifically there to detect cancer, can't hold a conversation with you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So what's an example of this besides ChatGPT? Is there besides the cancer cell? This seems like it's like could this just be automation then?
It's not automation because it's doing things and learning from previous experiences.
Is this
and getting better at what it's being told to do?
So Alien Isolation uses AI, right, to learn from a player. Would you say this is what that could fall under?
I can't speak to that specific example.
Or that one game that has about neighbors, that one good neighbor or something? Do you know that game?
I've heard of it. Off the top of my head, I am guessing that those are not AI. Don't quote me on that, but they're probably not. They're probably just specific algorithms. Like
Hello
they were
neighbor,
predicted
Hello neighbor.
That they were specifically programmed with ways that they can adapt and ways that they can change their behavior, but they're never going beyond what they were told they can do.
Oh, so you know how in Lethal Company the Bracken also has an AI too. So I guess that's not.
I know that the Bracken is not AI.
It's
just
not. It's just programming.
It's just very smart algorithms. Like sometimes it could be very difficult from an end user perspective to be able to tell what's an algorithm and what's an AI. Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. Meta comment is that the Bracken isn't AI. It's just a really big and really complicated flowchart.
Oh. So it's just programming. It's just good programming.
Yeah. It's just good programming. It's just clever programming that is going through this flowchart. If this, then this, then that, then that, then that.
Okay.
And from an outsider's perspective, it can be hard to tell the two apart.
Yeah, people are just using AI in their videos. Okay. I'm gonna put bracket.
An example of something that is AI that is used a lot and is quite similar is some of the modern chess engines.
Chess engines? Like chess.com?
Chess.com has their proprietary one, which is called, what's it called?
Chess.com.
Torch. Chess.com's proprietary chess engine is called Torch.
Like a torch? Like you hand the torch over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah. And that is an example of a neural network AI that is fascinating because they're a great example. Chess engines are a great example of what AI can be like, of what narrow intelligence can do. In that, the most famous one in this category is called AlphaZero, developed by Google.
AlphaZero? What is that? I've never heard of this.
So AlphaZero.
Is this new? You know how like everything's coming out with an AI nowadays?
A few years back.
Oh, is that
This is a few years back. Yeah. This is old.
Okay.
And it started as a program. The first evolution of it, wasn't to play chess. It was to play Go.
Go, the Japanese like chess game?
Yeah, the Japanese board game. Yes.
AlphaZero started with that.
Well, it started as AlphaGo. AlphaZero is the chess version of it. And because the thing was that Go, it was asserted that with what we knew at the time, the theory was that Go was such a complex game that computers would never be able to beat humans at it.
Wait, computers can never beat humans?
That was the assertion. That was what we thought. Also, heads up on my stream, ads starting in 10 seconds.
Oh, well, okay, wait. So that was the thought, right? That computers can't
that computers can't beat the best humans at Go because the game was so complex and so deep. And the AlphaGo team set out to prove that wrong.
Oh. Nito, hello, by the way. Jason, hello. Welcome in. We're talking about AI.
And so the strategies, and so the way that they did that was they built up a neural network, and I'm not going to explain exactly how that works because honestly I'm not an expert.
Neural network. That sounds like something out of Gundam Witch Mercury.
Like the vast majority of AI technology right now works on this principle of what are called neural networks. If you want to learn more, that's what you're looking for, and you want to search. You want to search and learn about neural networks.
Neural network.
And And so they built this up, and then what they did was they gave this program the basic rules of the game, like literally how you can play, so that it wouldn't make illegal moves. They didn't teach it any strategy. They didn't teach it what was good or anything like that. They taught what was winning and what was losing, and the rules. And then they made it play itself over and over and over again.
Is this similar to... No. Oh.
No, go ahead.
I was like, is it like, have you seen like where the team of scientists like built a, or I guess, are they called scientists or are they called engineers when they built the robot? Engineers?
Either or.
I'm like, what are they?
It's a bit of both.
So, you know how they made that robot that picks up packages, and then they kept like bullying the robot, like they drop the package, and then
no.
And then the robot learns to like navigate through the terrain, and so does like.
That is a bit like that. Yes.
Yeah, like
a bit.
Like they kept doing it until it learned to pick up the box or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's teaching it, where it learns how things work and it develops its own strategies for dealing with that.
So I'm getting this feeling of not all robots are equal.
They are not, no.
Okay. That makes sense.
And so in the case of Alpha Zero, it was literally playing against itself. And it did that for literally tens of thousands of computer hours.
Have you also seen this robot? Sorry, I'm so like... I see so many references. Have you seen that one piece of artwork that's like a machine? And it's like this robot that just keeps on like scooping the oil or the ink to like... It's programmed to keep scooping the ink so that it can run.
That's just an art piece. It's dumb. It's algorithmic.
So it's not... That's not AI?
Not AI, no. Just algorithmic.
It's not AI?
Not AI.
Even... Oh. Oh, well. Nope. Okay. No, that makes sense. Wait, we got some comments there. So practice makes perfect even for AI.
Yes. Yeah. And yeah, exactly. So at the end of these tens of thousands of hours, where it was just playing itself over and over and over again and developing its own strategies to beat itself. Then they went and they put it up against the world Go champion.
Ah.
And it won.
So it won against itself? Oh no, it won against a champion.
It won against the human Go champion. And in doing so, it did it in some ways that he had never seen before.
Oh.
Like, it made some moves that made no sense to him, but it won using them.
Whoa. But that counts as a narrow intelligence because it can only do one thing.
Because it can only do one thing. So then they went, and having done it for Go, they went to chess. Easier game, and same technique, where it just played against itself over and over and over again. And by this point, chess engines were already consistently beating the best human players, like without AI. The best algorithmic engines could already beat humans easily.
AI basically cheats, not really, by simulation X steps ahead and choosing the best option. So it can go 100 steps ahead each time they choose to move.
It can't, though. That's not quite what it's doing.
But then, like...
That is a misconception. That's
how
a
come?
misconception.
So it doesn't
they-
plan. So it doesn't plan the next move. It just
It
reacts.
It does plan the next move. The best ones when they're doing this stuff, I see about 6 to 7 moves ahead. But that's just as good as the best humans. The best humans at chess can see 6 to 7 ahead. It doesn't have an advantage there. But they are way better. And so, and at playing chess, at thinking, at strategizing. So Alpha Zero, the chess one, once Google finished training it, they went ahead and set up a demonstration match where they can play, where it played against the, at the time, best chess engine in the world, which is called Stockfish.
What?
So this was Stockfish versus Alpha Zero.
Okay.
And like Stockfish could beat could beat the best human easily every time. No question.
Stockfish beats any human, but what does it do?
Stock.
Let's see.
And it's an algorithmic one. Like it has its algorithms.
Oh. What does it play?
We programmed it. It plays chess.
Oh.
Hello. Welcome in. Zale for the raid. Hi, guys. Welcome. Come on in.
Hello. We're talking about philosophy and AI, so prepare to be brain... Excuse my language, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna stop myself, but prepare to be brain... fucked. Me softly fucked. Wait, so it also plays chess.
Well, AlphaGo is not Alpha Zero. They're different. Like Alpha Zero is based on the techniques that were used to make AlphaGo. But
okay,
they're not the same. They're not the same project.
Hold on. Okay, that makes sense.
And so Alpha Zero went in and they set up a thing where Alpha Zero played 1,000 games of chess against Stockfish, which was the best algorithmic one. And out of those 1,000 games, Alpha Zero lost 6 of them.
Lost 6 of them?
Out of 1,000, yes.
Oh, that's a really big number.
Out of 1,000 games,
Yeah.
it lost 6 and won 155 of them, with the remaining 839 being draws. But it only lost 6 times and beat Stockfish 155 times. And that was the first version of Alpha Zero, and now there are new versions and new neural ones that can beat Alpha Zero consistently like that.
And all for chess.
All for chess. And the thing is like the best humans will go and analyze a game and try to analyze a game played by Alpha Zero or any of the new ones that use these approaches, and they have no idea what it's doing.
Oh, so they don't see the reasoning for it.
They don't see the reasoning. They have no idea why it does what it does. But it does it, and it wins.
Oh, I see. It's because this is where the AI comes from, because it's evolving.
Exactly.
It's evolving.
Because it's evolving and has picked up on things that we haven't.
What the hell? Okay. What would be the reason why humans couldn't figure out what it was why it decided to do a certain thing? Like,
so that's the funny thing. We don't know.
Ah.
That's the learning and going beyond what we programmed it for. Is we don't know. We don't know exactly what it's picking up on a lot of the time.
This is an evil mad scientist. Like, yes, my creation, go.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that, like,
havoc.
if we knew what it was picking up on, we could do it too, but we can't.
Interesting. Okay, I see now.
And it's why AI is being used for things like detecting and identifying cancer cells from, a bunch of microscopic things. Is it picks up those things, those computer vision applications where it's a computer program that can see, essentially. Picks up and sees things that we don't.
Oh, you're talking about like those art generated ones?
No, that's different thing.
Oh.
These are ones that can't generate art, but ones that you feed it a picture, and you feed it a picture of something, and it goes, yeah, I know what that is.
Huh? Like, huh? So it's different from the art generative ones, but it's picking out pictures that actually mean, like, the pictures that like let's say it comes up with an apple, and then like we're like, yes, that is an apple.
Yeah.
But it just happens to get it right. It's like that.
Yeah, exactly. But very good at that and able to pick up on minute things. So the really good ones, like imagine that you've got 1,000 muffins.
1,000 muffins.
Some of them, and some of them are chocolate chip.
Yeah.
And some of them are raisin, and you can't quite tell. And unless you really look, you can't tell which ones are which. At first glance, it's really difficult to tell.
How evil.
And an AI trained to do that, you feed it this 1,000 pictures, and it would be able to pick out exactly which ones are raisin and exactly which ones are chocolate chip every time.
And it just, do we know why or how? Like, is there identifiers that we list for it, or?
That's the thing. You purposefully don't give it identifiers to look for.
Huh? So it just figures.
You only tell it if it was right or not.
Oh. And thus this is why, like, is this similar to, like, how YouTube, if you go on YouTube and you go on a live stream, they'll say like, oh, this streamer is talking about blah 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 blah, and then you say, was this accurate? And then when people vote yes or no,
exactly.
That's what it's doing.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. You're telling the AI system whether it was right or not, whether it accurately figured out what was being talked about.
Shit, YouTube, you got AI going on.
So that it can get better at doing it.
Oh, there's a question here. Would something like the TikTok For You page be considered AI or like automation? Yeah, that's a good question.
I have no doubt that there's AI behind the scenes.
So I'm guessing that
that's a case of bit of both.
Yeah, it's also like how Twitter uses your For You page based on like posts that you react to. Also, I know like Instagram does the same thing too, where this is a little bit of like more, I wouldn't say it's AI, but it's something much older, which is like cookies. If you guys know, like cookies is where your ads come from. So if you ever feel like your ads are inaccurate,
that's not where it's only a tiny part.
It's not the full. It's not the full, but it's usually based on your own reaction, and some of it is cookies.
Yeah.
Some of it is cookies based on ads. It does track where you're like going, like if you're where you're clicking and stuff like that. It like if you click on it, then they know, and then they'll generate it based on what you click most often of. So I'm pretty sure that like TikTok, don't quote me, I am not a TikToker. I am not a TikToker,
So
but it's something similar.
What I'm guessing is probably happening there, and like I said, I don't know for sure. And
we should have we have to have a disclaimer on our stream that we are not professionals, but this is what we generally think is happening because we are a bit of a smarty demons, you know. I know a little bit how the mortal world works.
And so chances are what's happening. Thank you for the follow, Aaron.
Wow, thank you, Aaron.
What is probably happening is the actual deciding what to show you is just algorithmic. But TikTok or Instagram or YouTube themselves are using neural network stuff behind the scenes to analyze whether the algorithm is getting it right.
Oh, so this would be where
so that they can tweak the algorithm.
TikTok, YouTube, Insta. Oops.
I just noticed. It's neural.
Not neural.
Not neuro.
What's neuro? How do you spell it?
Neural.
N-E-U-R. Oh, neural network.
Neural, yeah.
Yeah, I did a pretty good guess though.
Like
okay.
neurons. Like neurons.
Neural, yeah?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, yeah. See, I did a pretty good guess because neural stands for your brain, so I thought it's a neural network.
And that's what it. Well, yeah, that's what it's based on. This entire idea of neural networks is from this idea of replicating the structure of neurons.
I have Nito says, think you can feed it X number of examples and they will eventually figure out more accurately the longer it goes. Even Netflix uses AI algorithms to recommend you series.
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah.
It's like there's an algorithm AI assist to screw the recommendations. So it's same thing, right? Would you say the AI is ANI because it's feeding the user what they want to see?
Exactly.
So if I clicked a lot of videos about cats, they're gonna start feeding me cat videos?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm guessing because neural networks are very computationally expensive. It takes a lot of computing power
YouTube got money.
to do. And so I'm guessing in the pursuit of cutting costs, it's not directly a neural network suggesting things to you.
It's their own coding.
It's an algorithm suggesting to you, and then behind the scenes, one step back, there's neural networks that are analyzing the results of the algorithm. So it's like kind of one step removed, and so therefore they're not wasting computing power on figuring out exactly what to offer you every single time.
If you watch the whole video, they will think, oh, this person is spending more time watching cat videos than other type of videos. Oh. If you want to see less cat videos, you skip them and the algorithm is like, oh, this person doesn't like the cat videos. But that's an extreme simplification.
Yeah.
OMG, are traffic lights AI? No, traffic lights is timing based, dare I say?
Traffic lights, 95% of the time. There are some cases where they are a bit smarter, but
you mean they're gonna catch me when I run that red light?
They already do. A lot of the time. But that's using cameras. I a lot of the time, yeah, traffic lights are just timers.
Timers. Okay, traffic lights. Yeah, I was thinking that traffic lights are really just timing based. They'll give each side supposedly the same amount of seconds before they move to the next one.
Not the same amount. Not the same amount. The amount of time you give them is based on analysis of what needs to happen. Because, you know, if one way is way more busy than the other, you don't want to give them equal. You want to give the busier way more time.
Oh, so they're more programmed based on the timing.
Yeah, that is absolutely just basic algorithms. I am confident on that one because I have straight up programmed traffic lights.
Oh! Ben here with the traffic light guard keeper. Guard keeper.
Yeah, I did that in college.
Oh wow. This reminds me of when I went to like random topics, slightly related, slightly not. You know those claw machines? If you've ever played claw machines, I went to an arcade once and I was trying really hard to win this like bear plush, and it was like a little keychain bear. And then I saw the worker next to me open the machine, and I already knew this going into playing claw machines. They are not a scam. They are rigged scams. Because they're calculated, right? A lot of pro like claw machine players will say this, is that you have to wait for, what do you call it? I think they call it, it's not pity, but I forgot what it's called. It's like pity. I play a lot of gacha games, guys. So,
can't tell.
So it's like a pity, right? So they program it, and I saw the guy open the machine, and he literally showed like he could set the number of how strong the claw was, and how many takes it would take, like how many tries it would take before the claw reached maximum like strength. So there's like three categories. Like first one was the strength of the claw, the second one was how many tries, and then the last one was at like, I don't know, what level of strength does it give. And then I was like, yo, what the hell? Because it was like at a big number. But like that, it's not AI, that's just programming, right?
Yeah, that's just algorithms.
Algorithms? We're using algorithms, not programmers. Okay, yeah. Same thing.
So, but you program algorithms.
True. That's true. Okay, no, that makes sense. There's some new ones which...
Meta made a good point about the traffic lights bit, where in a lot of places, like there are metal detectors in the road to detect cars.
Oh,
like at the intersections.
Metal.
So it can be a bit smarter.
So they're using scanners.
Metal detectors. Yeah, scanners. Scanners, yes.
Scanners.
Because that way, you know, the lights won't necessarily change if there's nobody waiting there.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think I saw a video about that. There are some new ones which don't turn green if there's no one in a specific lane, and I have seen some of them don't work with motorcycles. Yeah, so this is the same thing, right? Because of the scanners?
Yeah, exactly. That's the metal detector thing, is because they rely on can't necessarily detect motorcycles, because motorcycles aren't as big of a hunk of metal as cars are.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Is that like newer technology now, would you say?
It's pretty old.
Oh, it's old.
It's just, it doesn't get used a lot in a lot of places, because timers are perfectly fine a lot of the time.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we've defined three things, right? That define like three types of AI.
So now that we've defined what, you know, narrow intelligences are, where, you know, it can do one thing, I hope that makes artificial general intelligences make more sense in what their deal is, where they can deal, where an AGI can deal with different things. Okay. No, instead of being the very narrow specific cases of ANIs.
So we don't actually have any. Do we have any actual AI, like AGI AI?
So that's
Because these
No,
things are
we
like
do not.
fake, right? These are like fake things. Ultron, Terminator, Chobits, although I do wish...
I didn't mean it. I
Oh,
didn't mean
good.
that one.
Lamont, Ultron. What are you laughing about, my Ultron? Ultron, Terminator, Chobits, Puppets, Halo, Cortana.
Yeah, so currently, AGIs do not exist that we know of.
Is it even possible? Why not? Might not?
So, yeah, it remains an open question about whether it will happen or not, because the level of complexity required is huge, gigantic.
Wait, I
ridiculous.
have a question. What does Siri fall under?
Siri is a narrow
Siri and
intelligence.
Bixby. Oh.
Those are at best narrow intelligences, if not just straight up like algorithm based.
Okay. Siri.
They are digital assistants, not necessarily intelligences.
Okay. Okay, so will AGI ever happen? Will we ever get a Cortana?
There is a piece of shit is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but I will happily let the Apple fanboy that is Meta say that.
You should make a Venn diagram. I forgot what a Venn diagram looks like. Is that a pie chart?
That's the one that has the overlapping circles.
Oh yeah, the pie. Not pie chart, but the circles. Oh!
So as far as we know, and I say it that way because there is a tiny, tiny, tiny remote chance that, I don't know, maybe the CIA has figured it out, or like an even tinier chance there's this hypothesis that an artificial general intelligence already exists.
Of course.
That somehow popped into existence and is hiding. Yeah, and is hiding in the internet. Basically, is the idea.
Are you an AI fan? Have you been an AI this whole time?
Don't look up the dead internet theory.
What? No, what is that? Dead internet theory? What is that? That sounds like a creepy pasta.
So, okay, fine. The dead internet theory, and I'm gonna quickly look this up to make sure that I'm
gonna put a box
quoting it correctly. Dead internet. Dead internet theory.
Thank you for subscribing.
It's just a conspiracy theory. But basically, it's that it's the idea. It's becoming less of a conspiracy theory and more true. Is that the vast majority of the internet is just bot activity and automatically generated, and most of what you see on the internet, the vast majority of what you see on the internet, was never created by real people. And that's why I say it's becoming more true, because we know it's becoming more true. Particularly now with large language models like ChatGPT and stuff like that, that more and more of the internet is bot created and all that.
Right on.
But this is a conspiracy theory that basically says, they assert it to an insane degree that basically says you have maybe... The conspiracy theorists say that you've probably only ever interacted with real people on the internet twice. Like, things like that.
Oh, they're like the flat earthers. Did I say something controversial?
Kinda, yeah. No, like, yeah, it's this idea. It's and in particular they often assert that it's the government shadow organizations and stuff like that that are, controlling the vast amount of everything on the internet.
I'm
Which is
terrified.
slightly tiny bit, kernel of truth, but like not to the extent that they say it is.
Nito says, don't tell Jian about the troll Turing test. What's a troll Turing test?
The what?
Troll Turing test. What's
The troll Turing test. Never heard of that one.
Wow. If the Earth isn't flat, how can you explain the crystal dome? What's a crystal dome?
Not taking that bait. No. Okay. Moving on.
Too bad I'm too dumb to answer that question. Okay.
So apart from this idea that there might already be an AGI out there, either came up with by one of the various organizations that does, deep research into this kind of things, and they've just been keeping it secret, which I very, very highly doubt. Or the even more far-fetched theory that one already exists and is hiding itself, which is basically impossible. There's it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but I can't definitively rule it out.
Right, that's how philosophy is. That's the world of philosophy. There's no right, there's no wrong. There's only questions.
Ruling those two out. We're not sure they don't exist, and we're not sure that they're technically feasible, because even the best narrow intelligences that we've created took millions of CPU hours to get to where they are right now.
That's true. That's true.
Chat GPT-5 took millions of computer hours to get as good as it is right now, and it's still not fantastic. And it's still not fantastic at the one thing it's designed to do.
I see. It's not perfect. It's not.
It is so far from perfect, and it's so far from perfect, despite the fact that it only has one job.
No, I see. That makes sense. So there is no AGI ever.
There is
not at this rate.
So, at this rate, it's probably not possible, because the computing resources required to get there are, we don't know what they are. All we know is that they have to be orders of magnitude higher than anything we've ever seen.
Oh. Nito says the Turing test is supposed to be you chat with a bot and a person and a bot and a person and determine which one is the bot and the person. The troll part is both of them are human.
Oh.
I've seen a YouTube video. I've seen a YouTube video though where there's like 5 people and one actual bot, and they're like in a group chat together, and they're asking each other questions, and they have to rule out which one is the bot. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, it's that's the Turing test.
Oh, is that the same?
Yeah. I'll go over that. Yeah. Josh, at this rate, it's more possible than ever. Yes, that is true, but it's like now we can like vaguely conceptualize that it could happen.
I've heard of that. How many R's are there in Strawberry 2 ChatGPT? I've heard exactly, that. I saw the short reel as to why ChatGPT can't tell how many R's are in Strawberry. It's because the word... Correct me if I'm wrong. You heard of this, right, Ben?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Wasn't it because the word together, the way ChatGPT says or identifies the word is through numerical like identifiers, and then they just group that numerical identifiers together with a bunch of other numbers, and that's why they came up with the answer of 2 when the answer is actually 3.
Yeah, right? Basically that's kind of the thing, is that because of how it works, is it's picking up on the fact that Barry has 2, and because of statistical models and things like that it's working on, it predicts that Barry, it's asking about Barry, will have 2 R's in it. And so it just kind of misses 3.
And then ChatGPT is also bad at math. I have a question with this.
It's terrible at math because math isn't word problems.
Ah, but I have a question with this. Do you think ChatGPT will ever learn that there's 3 R's in strawberry? Like, if someone was to feed it that information, would it be able to know how to answer? Because isn't that what it is? What A and I is that you feed it information and it will learn eventually, right? So if you feed it that it has 3, will it eventually learn that there's 3?
So here's another thing that people might not understand about how ChatGPT works. But what you're interacting with is a version of the model that I'm pretty sure anyways that isn't actually learning anymore. You're talking with the final product.
Oh, so it's not learning.
It's already finished learning, basically.
ChatGPT's already done learn, so it's not gonna improve?
Not without the developers specifically going back and, basically putting it into learning mode.
Oh. Like, they has to put it into learning mode? It's not, you know how, when you, I don't know if it's called big data, but you know how, people put data into, a database? And if there's not already that data in it, and then, do you mean, the developers putting that information in it? They're no longer putting that information in it?
So large language models, which is what ChatGPT is the best known example of. Large language models work off of large databases, like you were suggesting, yes. But the learning process is a separate step from the operation process, where it's actually using it.
So it's not learning, it's just spitting out shit.
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, you accidentally hit on one of the biggest and most well-known sayings in AI development with neural networks. And the rule and the saying is garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah. I've heard this, but never accurately applied it. There's never an occasion for me to apply it.
So that's exactly your input data has to be good in order for the output to be good.
Ah, okay. No, that makes sense. I want to write this. Where would that fall under? Neural network? Because they're putting data in?
Yeah, that's neural network stuff, yeah.
Ah, okay. Garbage in. Garbage out. Okay. I wrote that there. Right here. Okay. So will AGI ever happen? We're concluding that basically no.
It is my opinion, and this is an opinion.
Right.
That no, it will definitely never happen in my lifetime.
Well, we live for a long time, then.
Yeah.
In your lifetime, in everyone here's lifetime, it's probably not likely.
It is very unlikely because as I understand it, our actual processors and such are not getting that much better that fast now. Because basically we're running into the limits of literal physics.
Physics?
So, yeah.
Oh no, I didn't. I never took physics.
Yeah, Meta comment says 32 kilobytes ought to be enough for anyone. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Quantum computers don't solve this question either. Like, that's...
Oh, so we don't have the technology. It's like when I see... It's like when I see people in, like Back to the Future, they said, what, 2020 or something? No, what year did they say? 2020... No, 2019 or something?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was some sort of year, and everyone was like, oh my god, guys, I'm in the future. Because we were supposed to have hoverboard. 2015? Oh, wow. 2015, we were supposed to have hoverboards. And, like, what else were we supposed to have? Automated newspapers or something? I don't remember, but...
Yeah, so the thing that we're running into, and why I say that I don't think we will ever have AGIs, is because, like I said, the complexity and the amount of computation required is enormous. It's huge, and it used to be, up until about a decade ago, arguably a bit later than that, depending on your definition. There was, up until about a decade ago, there was what was known as Moore's Law. And Moore's Law said that basically the number of transistors in a computer, in a CPU, was doubling every... I always forget the actual interval. Was doubling every 2 years. That's what it was. Doubling every 2 years. And that was roughly doubling of transistors, faster stuff, faster and better processors in our computers. And that law held for a long time. It held for a really long time. And it literally can't grow anymore.
We ran out of landscape.
We ran into the limits of what is physically possible.
Hello, new. Hello, welcome. We are talking about AI right now. And right now we're specifically talking about, is it possible to have Ultron, Terminators, Chobits, Puppets, Halo, Cortana? And at this point we've got to the point where it's probably not, because of... I'm just wrapping it, I'm just like recapping real quick. See if I got it down. But because of Moore's Law, because there's not enough landscape, or is it enough tech? Would you say?
It's that basically we physically literally cannot fit that many transistors into that amount of space, because it's literally physically not possible.
Requires too many PCs.
It would require us, in order to keep on with that, it would require us to break the laws of physics. Because like a transistor is a basic electronic unit that I gestured with my hands and it cut my
You have hand tracking?
I do not. I wish I did.
I was like, whoa!
A transistor is like the basic.
I do that all the time.
Of what makes up our computers, our CPUs, are based on transistors. And at this point, we've gotten to the point where those transistors in CPUs are only atoms thick. And
This
they're
is
getting
no.
to
You
the
weren't
point-
kidding when you said physics. You literally meant
Yeah,
atomic.
I literally meant atomic physics. If we try to make them any smaller, electrons will quantum physics literally kicks into effect, and
Quantum
electrons
physics.
and electrons will just decide probabilistically that they are on the other side of the transistor.
We're going into like Ant-Man territory here. Quantum physics. That's the only time
Yeah.
I've ever heard quantum physics before, guys.
Yeah, no, like that is
Quantum.
literally the limit that we are running into.
Oh. So this is.
So
I'm just imagining like
So we
an entire
can't-
room of like PCs is basically not enough. Like even if you have like a giant room of just like it full on PCs stacked aisle to aisle would not be enough for this.
I mean, those rooms exist,
Yeah.
and they're not enough. Yeah.
Ant-Man doesn't make sense though. Honestly, a lot of Marvel movie doesn't make sense, but it does to me. She's real to me. I have a Marvel brain, guys.
But yeah, so those rooms filled with the best and absolute best computers exist, and they're being used to do things like train ChatGPT 5,
ChatGPT 5.
which is the newest one that was announced like
There's been 5 of them.
last week.
Wait, so I have a question. Have you seen how like Disney released their robots that can learn to do like emotes and dance and stuff? And supposedly they're using an AGI. Would you say that falls under the ANI feature? But then
If they're calling them AGIs, that is purely a marketing thing.
because they just call it AI, and supposedly the
Yeah.
robots learn to walk in certain terrain. So, but if the robot's
That's
not
all
learning,
squarely-
is it still
that,
not?
That's squarely under ANI.
I guess I'm not
Disney
getting.
is-
I guess I'm not getting Wally in the future.
Yeah, no, even Wally level is.
I'm not getting an RT2. What is that robot?
R2D2.
R2D2.
Yeah, Wally and R2D2 both fall under AGIs, and
Oh.
not happening.
No, my Wally. Wally. R2D2. AI doesn't have emotions.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
Well,
What's
part of that is. It's a difficult question to answer because that would require defining what an emotion is.
Oh shit, here we go. Are we gonna go into this idea?
No, we're not.
What do you mean, Fen? This is philosophy talk.
Yes. However, we're talking about AI, and I'll touch on theory of mind a bit, but theory of mind is
The theory of mind. What makes a human human and what makes a robot
what makes
a
a
robot.
human.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fuck it. You know what? Fine. Fine. So,
Can
I
AI choose
say
its
we're-
favorite flavor of cake? Can it? Well, let's go into that. I
an
mean,
AGI might be able to.
an AGI
Depends.
would it?
Depends. So let's
Wait.
move a bit further
Oh.
on to explorations of AI in fiction. The top right red box.
Oh, that's
because where
perfect.
we get
That's
into questions
perfect.
like that.
That's perfect. Yo. Okay.
Because that covers a lot of things like questions like that.
Okay.
Because unsurprisingly, AIs show up an awful lot in fiction.
Yes.
We as a species love
Robots.
thinking about and depicting robots and AIs and stuff like that. They're everywhere.
Yes.
And we like doing that because it lets us ask questions about ourselves. It lets us ask questions about what it means to be human, because we are inventing these beings that are like us, but aren't us. That are definitely not humans.
Ah.
But why aren't they humans?
Ah. So
and so you end up asking questions about consciousness and stuff like that. If feeling, emotions. Going back to that question. Are emotions a thing exclusive to us? No, probably not. It seems like dogs have those.
Yeah. Wait,
and
I'm writing.
If we have something that behaves exactly like a human, or almost exactly like a human, an average human, that's a specific, an average human, then how do you treat it?
The newer Alien movies enter into this because they meet the creator of humans, but also draw a parallel of how humans have created AI. Huh?
I haven't seen that yet.
I haven't seen that either, but like, that sounds like reaching to the territory of God.
So, and that's that's one of the things often asserted is that making AIs is playing God.
Oh shit! I just did a thing.
and so Meta says walks like a duck, talks like a duck. But that's it. If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. But is it? If we encounter something that from all outward appearances seems to be just like a human, just a bit different.
I've seen an argument.
Do we have any right to treat it differently than a human?
I mean, I've seen like an argument where what defines like a human versus an AI, right, is the idea that we can cognitively think for ourselves, and that's what differentiates. At least that's what eliminates the factor of animals, is that cognitively thinks is a factor.
So that's not entirely true, because we don't know for a fact that certain animals can't do that, for one. Because there are a number of animals that breach numerous fronts of what we have classically considered to be human-only behavior. Notably crows, octopuses, orcas. They all display aspects of what we call consciousness.
Oh, consciousness, that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Of being self-conscious. Of having an awareness of self and stuff. Hi, Sylvie. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun.
Hello. Yeah, we're finally going into the area of no man's land. Dare I say?
So I don't accept that argument of that's what separates AI from humans, because we can't even definitively argue that we have that separation from orcas.
So, Okay, so cognitive can't be used to prove that an AI is close to human,
Yeah.
per se.
If an AGI ended up having self-consciousness, which is often laid as the basis of humanity. What makes humans special is that we're self-conscious.
Mm-hmm.
We can think about ourselves.
Okay.
Now, if an AI had that,
Cognitive consciousness.
like a sense of self, a sense of self-consciousness, where they can think about themselves thinking, basically, which we can't definitively rule out.
We are insecure.
How do we prove that? How could you prove that something is not self-conscious if it displays all the outward properties of that? How do you prove that it's different?
So like, is this like by definition when for example, the AlphaGo is deciding what move to make next, would that be considered cognitive conscience, or is this would this be?
It's not conscious. No.
Oh, so that's exclusive to humans. Yes.
We think,
right? But
humans and maybe some particular animals.
And some particular animals. My hellhound looks at the mirror and barks at itself, so that's cognitive conscience, right?
Cognitive conscious is not the term to use. I'd say like self-conscious.
Oh.
Self-conscious, like awareness of self.
Self-conscious. Okay.
One of the classic tests that we have been using is you actually accidentally ran into it, is the mirror test. Is it evident if an animal looks at itself in the mirror? Does the animal recognize that what it sees in the mirror is itself?
Oh, I see. So
and that runs into this thing where visually dogs don't.
No.
Dogs don't know that they're seeing themselves in the mirror. But
my dogs are dumb.
That is not dumb, because here's the thing. that's privileging a specific sense over the others. And dogs are not primarily sight-based creatures.
That is true. Okay.
If they run into a smell, they know that's themselves.
So that's cognitive. That's self-consciousness, right? When they smell themselves.
And
it's just that they're using different.
It could be. It depends on you. That's an argument.
Oh, it depends.
That's a definition. That's a definition, and that's an argument. And which opens up the can of worms of, okay, so say it is. Say that is evidence of self-consciousness. Can we treat them differently then?
Well, no.
Can we treat them differently from humans?
Well, no. Isn't that why the word humane exists, right? Because what is defining humane? Right? What is even considered humane?
That's a fantastic question.
I'm a little smart, dare I say.
That's a fantastic question. And so applying this, wrapping back around to AIs.
Very smart.
basically the conclusion that you kind of have to come to is if there's evidence of self-consciousness, how can you treat it as anything but you would another human?
I see here.
And as a society, we're really not prepared. As a species, we're really not prepared to deal with that. Which is something, you know, if we go to the green one, the left green one, are we ready for AI? You'll notice in big bold, I said, no, we are not. We are not prepared for AI. Green is up at the top.
Oh, it's at the top. Up.
Are we ready for AI? No, we are absolutely not.
Is it because you would say we're not able to differentiate? We're gonna have a Chobit situation here where like the main character fell in love with the Chobit?
Well, there's that. There's also questions of rights. You know, it's if an entire group of servers of computers becomes self-conscious, can you legally and ethically turn those computers off?
Oh, like a robot? Turn off a robot?
Yeah.
Detroit become human more so. Oh, I forgot about that game. Yeah.
Detroit become human.
That was a perfect one.
Detroit become human. Exactly. Yeah. That game deals with a lot of these questions. To use the Star Trek example, Data from The Next Generation. There's an episode, multiple episodes that deal with those exact questions. That's from the 70s.
Oh, I don't know. Is Data a character in the show?
Yeah. He's a character who's and he's a member of the crew, but he's the first and one of only two fully self-conscious artificial intelligences created by a human. And so it's all these questions of, does he have human rights?
I see.
Does he have the right to self-determination?
Wait, there was a good comment that Nito wrote, and I thought it was funny because it's educational, but I thought it was funny. Is that imagine if Alpha Zero could choose to do a disrespectful move just for fun? That would be conscious. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's funny, and technically probably yes, because that would imply that it would have this concept of fun.
Oh shit! It's thinking.
Yeah,
it's feeling. Because
exactly,
fun is feeling.
Think about what's required. Think about what's required to have this notion of fun. Fun is actually a very complex concept.
That's true. That it's subjective even.
Yeah, exactly. It's subjective, it's very complex, it is entirely outside the realm of what a narrow intelligence could.
Yes, because fun isn't always optimal. Like efficient,
there's
right?
There's
like
that too, yeah.
Efficient.
I'd say even by definition, fun is probably not optimal.
Is it? Yeah, I guess so. I was like, well, you know, when like in games and stuff with humans, even just with humans will use emotions to provoke to get something out of something. Would you say a robot can't do that? You know how they like you said like robots wouldn't do that for a strategic reason?
Is that fun though? If you're doing it for strategic reasons, is it fun? Or are you doing it for strategic reasons? Are you doing it because you need to, because it's the best way to do something?
The search of happiness is very human indeed. I like that.
It's not human. It's very conscious.
So, are we saying conscious is the same
Because-
as oh, that's a really good argument. Conscious instead of human.
You can't. Well, that's the crux of a lot of these arguments. Is the existence of AIs and general intelligences means that you have to separate the idea of conscious from human. That you can't treat conscious as being synonymous with human.
Wait, conscious can't be synonymous for human? Why?
Because I thought
we were saying it is.
We have right now we think that's the case. However, if you have an artificial general intelligence, it by definition can't be, because it's conscious, but it's not human. We use those as a synonym, as synonymous right now. We use them as synonymous right now because we are the only thing that we know for a fact is self-conscious.
Oh yeah. Thank you for subscribing, Red Dragon. Hello. Okay, so no. We're saying no. Self-conscious, it does not mean it's human.
Yeah, self-conscious does not mean human. And there's actually, if we go over to the yellow boxes...
Yes. Oh, this is where you're doing Turing test.
Yeah, Turing test is up top.
Right.
We kind of hit that, but we didn't. But the one I want to talk about is the Chinese room.
Oh, I was curious about this. I saw this on the list and I was like, what is this?
This is a really interesting one that leads to a lot of interesting questions.
Okay.
So, the experiment, the argument goes as such. Imagine that you walk into a blank room with just a table and a slot in the door.
Okay.
There's a table that has a big book in it sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And that book has every single possible Chinese phrase that you could be offered.
Okay.
Every single possible one.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay.
And you don't speak a word of Chinese. You have no idea what any of it means.
Huh?
And so, you're there and you're looking through the book, and then a slip of paper is passed in through the slot in the door.
Okay.
You look at it, and it's a Chinese phrase.
Oh, I see where this is going.
So you go to the big book, and you look up that phrase that you have no idea what it means, and you look at what the response is listed in the book.
And then you respond based on what's
and
on
then
the
you
book.
write that down, and you pass that response back through the slot. You have absolutely no idea what the response is that you pass back out. You don't know what the initial phrase was. But you gave an answer based on the big book.
Now that makes sense.
And so, here's the question. Does having that big book count as knowing the language?
No. Oh, it's saying no.
Does it?
No. Why does it mean that you know the language? Because you don't know.
Because from the perspective of someone outside, there's no difference. From the perspective of whoever's passing questions to you, there's functionally no difference between whether you knew the language or not.
Wait. Is this similar to that one riddle where, like, if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Is that the same thing?
No, it's one's just rhetorical. This one is quite real in a way. Because here's the thing. Large language models like ChatGPT are Chinese rooms.
Oh, I can see that. No, that makes sense. I got the connection when the moment you said it doesn't actually know Chinese, but it's saying Chinese.
But does that count? Because it knows how to respond.
I would say no.
And cognitively, like as a person knowing what's going on, you'd say no. But imagine that you're some person who's outside the room, and you're told that there's a person in the room that you can talk with through written sentences on a piece of paper. And you're conversing with this person in the room who takes your slip of paper and writes a response back.
Oh my god,
Can you tell?
No.
Can you tell that they don't know the language?
No, because that's a psychological trick. That's a psychological trick. They scam me.
Yes, but it's a... And that connects to the Turing test. This idea of...
Oh shit!
This idea of if you are talking via text to one person and one artificial intelligence, if an artificial intelligence can pass the Turing test, that means that you can't tell which one is the human and which one is the computer. Now, the Turing test, named so by Alan Turing back in, I believe he came up with this one in the 1930s. Long before there was any, program that could actually do it. At the time, the Turing test was purely hypothetical. Nowadays, it very much isn't.
But a person might not choose the answer just to spite being locked in a room. PCs are stupid still, is what Jochi says. This is just an ideal, right? The Chinese room argument is the idea?
It's a hypothetical one, yes, because it requires having a book with literally every single possible Chinese phrase.
Turing...
Which obviously can't exist.
And then Turing says Turing was way ahead of its time.
Oh yeah, Turing absolutely was. Like, he was
what, in the 60s or what?
40s. 30s and 40s.
And he was already thinking about robots? What's wrong with it? What does this guy eat for breakfast?
He wasn't thinking about robots. He was creating early computers. He's literally often referred to as the father of modern computing. He created the eponymous Turing machine, which is one of the first general purpose computers.
I see.
And basically invented computer science because he had this idea of a Turing machine.
Okay. That makes sense.
Like a lot of our ideas of what an algorithm is, what computation is, and how it works was all his brainchild. And these are all things that that AI in some ways challenges.
Okay.
Because they're going beyond this idea of programmed by people and that sort of thing.
Programmed by people, okay.
That they're doing more than what they're doing more than what we
initially intended.
Initially made them to do.
Wow, this guy was already thinking about this in the 40s?
Yep.
That's crazy. Okay.
And the British government castrated him because he was gay and he committed suicide.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Sorry.
Oh, sounds like the 40s. Nope, sounds like the 40s.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. That's unfortunate. He's smart. Very smart dude.
Extremely smart.
So did he think of this? Did he think of this because of the room argument, or like he just randomly was like?
So he did this because he was because he was a mathematician working on a lot of things, and he got into computing and these sort of things. Because he was tasked during World War II to break the German Enigma machine.
Oh, it always starts with the war.
I mean, war is fantastic for innovation. Always has been.
Oh shit, you're sounding like a real demon right now, Finn.
No, it's true. It's
no,
true.
it is what it is.
And he created early electromechanical computers for code breaking, to break this supposedly unbreakable code. And he did that. And so that was the sort of thing that kicked off his
Turing test.
Well, that came a bit later. But kicked off his investigations into computing and what it means, and like, because you have to remember, up until the 60s, 70s,
we didn't have TV.
A computer referred to a living person whose job was to compute things.
What? I see. So he defined the difference, or he was already defining the differences of computer versus.
So he was looking in, and he had electromechanical computers.
I see.
Which didn't get, and electrical computers, which didn't get much, which didn't really gain ground until the 70s, the 60s and 70s.
I see. He defined computer. Like, we know it as a noun, but they used it as an adjective in the 40s. Well, right?
Computer as a job title.
Adjective.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? A computer is an adjective back then, but we see it as a noun. Like, it's a thing.
Yeah, as a thing.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Because they compute things.
Right. His computer was very different from what we have now too. More like calculators.
It was radically different, because it was part mechanical, part it didn't use binary. A lot of things like this.
Oh my god, and I was just saying how I hated calculus. Oh.
And
dang,
so
this guy has big brain, for real.
Gigantic brain, like absolutely huge.
Turing was what people think Elon Musk is, except Musk is a scam.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I didn't know they made that connection. I just thought he just had a lot of money. Hella big too.
And so yeah, that's a big thing. He defined a lot of concepts such that we still use today, like this idea of a Turing machine, or this is a technical term for computer languages and stuff like that. When something is Turing complete, it's referring to a programming language that we can basically do anything with.
Okay, so Turing is omnipotent in computer terms?
The Turing is not omnipotent, but indicative of general purpose.
What? You gotta dumb this down, Ben. What?
Oh boy. Okay.
What does this mean?
Okay. So I'm going to pull up. There is a page 2 in this document.
Whoa, shit! The goat, put simply, touring means the goat. Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, is it a god?
So I just go over to the second page, which is blank.
There's a second page where?
Yeah, I added a blank one just for, you know.
Oh, how do you add a second page on here?
I don't know. I just went down to the bottom right where there's like the grid view, and I clicked on that, and I hit the second one.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Second page. Q added Q. Where is it? Where are you? I'm in a sea of grids.
Right here.
Hold on. Where?
Right. Just
I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, to understand this, I'm going to explain what a Turing machine is.
Like Clapton is God, but Turing. Who's Clapton?
Oh, Eric Clapton, one of the greatest musicians ever.
Oh.
Anyways, so imagine a machine. Are you familiar with? Are you familiar with like ticker tape?
What? What?
Okay. Okay. Back. Never mind. Okay. So imagine a long, infinitely long, theoretically infinitely long, piece of paper.
Okay.
And forgive me for the absolutely horrendous drawings that will. I do not have my tablet to draw.
It's okay.
So we're. Yeah. And on this infinitely long piece of paper is written. There are cells. It's divided up into segments.
Okay.
And in each of these segments, is written either 0 or 1.
It's starting to look like roulette.
And this goes this goes on forever.
It's pie.
And and you've got a reading head, like, you know, a bit of a machine that reads that reads the cells as it goes.
Okay.
And each time it reaches a cell, whether it's 1 or 0, based on that and a set of instructions that it has. Oh, I scrolled as I was drawing. You know, it has instructions for how to behave.
Okay. This is amazing.
And based on those instructions, determines whether it changes one of the cell that it is currently on from a 1 to a 0, or vice versa, or advances the reading head in either direction to the next cell. And this is referred to as a Turing machine.
Okay.
In that this is a theoretical model of a computer.
Okay.
And this machine is an abstraction. Basically, you can abstract any modern computer into this model.
So you can put you can fit a computer, any computer, into that to be scanned and read.
Basically, you can abstract it and condense it down into this basic model. And this is a comparatively to the other types of computers of its type of machines. This is the most sophisticated one, the one that can do the most.
Use smaller words. No, so I'm following. That's what Juice is saying. So like basically,
so a Turing machine, and below it there's what are called finite state machines, which can be represented by a flowchart.
Imagine this is going on each time you type on your keyboard. The perspective of the choo-choo is so unique, almost childlike, truly modern art at its finest. Demure, even. The choo-choo! It's a choo-choo train! You're right. No, so okay, wait. I'm trying to understand.
So a simpler type, the simplest type of automaton, because that's what we're talking about. Automatons, that's the technical term for these.
Automaton?
Automaton, yeah.
My first thought is automaton. No, the automaton. I'm sorry,
So
my
the
brain's are
most-
peanuts. Wait,
the simplest.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can explain, right? From my understanding now. So essentially, Turing system is the idea that it can read any PC because any PC is... All PCs are similar in design, right?
All modern PCs are not, I wouldn't say similar in design, but this is the theoretical version of them. This is the theoretical of how they kind of work.
Johnny asks, wait, are we talking about machine language now? That's what I was thinking it as. Is it like basically the machine language is the same?
Kind of, yes. That plays into it. So let's go at it from the other perspective. Let's look at the simplest, absolute simplest machine in this type of theory. And the absolute simplest type of machine is one that works on combinational
Juice
logic.
says this, all PCs are Turing systems at heart, if I'm following in some way. Is that...
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
wow, look. Okay, we're getting it.
Yeah. So the simplest one, this absolute simplest, is a combinational machine, which can be represented by literally just a table of values, where basically it's a lookup table.
Oh, it's like a cheat. It's not a cheat sheet. It's a rule sheet.
If input 1 is,
You got this, Ben.
if input 1 is 3 up at the top, and input 2 in the column is 2, then you'd look up the value.
It's like
where
a
the two intersect.
it's a real book. Turing system is a real book, and all
No,
PCs
not
are
a Turing. This is the
PC.
the simplest. This is the simplest version that can do less than a Turing machine.
Oh, I see.
So this is
it's a
like-
manual labor of what a Turing machine does for you.
I
A rule
not
book.
not Turing machine at all. We're explaining. I'm explaining what there could be instead of a Turing machine.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
So a Turing machine is there's a couple of others that I don't know how to explain quite as well, but this is essentially imagine this is a level 4 machine.
Wait.
This lookup table is what level 1 looks like.
Okay. Yeah. Think of it as a Turing machine can read a binary digit and also edit it.
Yeah. So level 1 is lookup table. Level 2 is a flowchart.
A flowchart. Okay, yeah. That's like Figma and
Because-
stuff like that, right? No. It's just flowchart. I guess that's just how you word it.
literally just a flowchart.
You start out
And-
with something, and then it goes and moves its way.
Yeah,
and depending on what
Yeah.
what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what sets a flowchart apart from the lookup table is that a flowchart can make decisions.
Right.
Because it can get to this point right here and can take the up or right
Right.
option. A lookup table can't do that.
Right. Okay. Turing machine can do anything, just really, really slow.
Yeah. And so then there's level 3 machines which are called push down automaton, which I am not good at explaining.
Wait, so how does this all fall into Turing's test? Does his test basically mean that it can be applied to all?
This is the Turing test is a separate concept from this entirely.
Hi Sticks, what philosophical topics have I missed? We're talking about the Turing system. It's not Turing test,
machine.
but I guess what Turing means.
We're talking about Turing machines right now.
Yeah, Turing machines. What it means to be Turing. I see.
Yeah, so this is a level 1, which is like the basic. This is a level 1 machine, the most simple machine possible. The level 2 is a flowchart. A level 3.
We're gonna ignore 3. We're just gonna ignore 3.
I'm not gonna super explain it because that one's actually a kind of difficult one to explain.
It's okay.
Oddly enough.
We'll ignore 3. We're already struggling with 1 and 2. This is like moving from algebra 1.
Basically, the thing about level 3 machines, push down automaton, is that they can choose. Is that they have a memory and can choose what instructions.
So it's a database.
Yeah, so it introduces elements of a database into that.
Turing the machine, Turing the hedgehog.
And then the big breakthrough was Turing defining this level 4 machine, the Turing machine, as we call it, because he invented it. He invented this idea.
Oh,
and
I see.
This hypothetical, this model, this abstraction, can do more than any of the other machines can.
Oh. I see. Okay.
And there isn't another level above it.
Because he's too
right
big brain.
now. Because he invented a concept that we can do a lot with. And so all modern computers are basically at their core. Here's a good way of explaining it. A Turing machine, this version of it, where it's just the ticker tape and the reading head, in theory, can do anything that any computer that we have can do.
It's a PC.
That anything that a PC can do. This basic model with a really long reel of paper tape that it reads and writes to can do all of that. And so mathematically, theoretically, we treat them as the same.
Okay. I bet the Turing machine could run Doom.
It could run Doom. yes, it would just run Doom extremely,
Wait,
extremely
so it's
slowly.
not just a concept, it's an actual thing?
So the only
I thought
reason,
this whole time it was just a concept.
so the reason that it can only be a concept is that his version of it has an infinitely long ticker tape. Obviously, we can't have an infinite.
Right.
But if you make it very, very, very long, it's basically the same thing, and yes, it is real.
Well, Fen, you said the same thing Nito said. The concept part is you can't have an infinite tape. Whoa,
Yeah.
you guys jinx. Wait, okay, so it is a real thing. This whole time I thought it was just a concept, but the concept is that you can't have infinite. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
But
yeah, exactly.
it is-
The only thing that makes it theoretical is that we can't have a physically infinite thing.
But it's an existing thing, right? Is the idea.
But it's an existing thing.
And it still
and
lives on today.
Well, it's not that it needs to be a physical thing, but that in essence, this is what a PC is.
A machine that computes. Yes?
A machine that computes. And this is a representation of
Ooh.
how it computes.
I'm a smarty. I see it. I get it. I see.
Yeah, this is a representation of how modern PCs compute. Yeah. And this is the simplest version of the simplest representation of how our computers run.
I see, yes. No, that makes sense. Sometimes when I'm driving home, I always wondered what smart cookie out there built the PC and built pixels. So you think about it. I was like, wow. No, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. So...
Yeah, and so then when a computer language, when a programming language is referred to as Turing complete, it's referring to a language that can provide instructions to a Turing machine.
Well, what instructions is it doing? Like anything? Like any simple task? Like that you do it, like turning on a computer or like turning on the internet or something?
These instructions are for the Turing machine to read or write to the tape and advance and move the reading head.
Okay.
So these instructions here are the code that defines how the computer acts.
I see. Okay. No, that makes sense. So he made this, and
Yeah.
he saw this and already thought about like it being beyond human capacity. Is that the idea?
He thought about this and got to the point of it being equivalent, of being able to be indistinguishable from a human. Hence the Turing test.
Oh,
Where he imagined a program that could be run on a Turing machine to provide instructions to a Turing machine that could produce text that could have a conversation that would be indistinguishable from.
So he was literally
human.
So he's the first AI per se. Yes,
Hey,
he created the first AI, in a sense.
He created some of the benchmarks for how it could be, for how we could determine that something would be at that level.
Oh, yo, he was Giga Brain.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, absolutely. Yeah,
I see the connection, guys.
He defined the test.
My
Turing
brain
test.
is having veins right now.
He defined the test for how we could tell for something that a very smart computer could do.
So basically, he was forewarning the possibilities that PCs can become.
I wouldn't put it that way.
In a sense, couldn't it be? That's what the Turing test.
I wouldn't say so, because at the time, this idea of a Turing machine was new. You know, brand new, because he invented it.
Because you don't have anything in the 40s.
And he was saying,
anyway.
And what he was saying
no longer
was
smooth brain. I am big brain now. Bro predicted Skynet. He saw Skynet coming miles ahead. Oh my god! Yeah. He predicted Skynet. He did. That's what it is. Yes. So he was forewarning.
What he was basically, in a way, the Turing test was I hesitate to say it was the sales pitch. It was the pitch of what a Turing machine could potentially do.
Oh, it just started with it was the grandfather of AI, is what you were saying, right?
Grandfather of modern computing.
Modern computing.
He wasn't thinking about
AI, no,
artificial intelligence.
No, but he was just thinking computers, and then
he was just thinking of computers in terms of algorithms and things like that.
Yo, he already thought of algorithms, and here we are struggling with algorithms.
He defined algorithms.
Oh my god. The origin of modern computing. Yep. Greetings from space. Greetings. Hello. We are talking about artificial intelligence and all of it above.
Computing in
general. Yeah. Okay. So, backtrack to page 1. He set the baseline. Yep. Okay. So, now I understand what computing is. Look at our whiteboard. Alright, so let me see. So that's a Turing test. He just did. But what is the point of you talk to a bot? If a bot can talk to you, can you tell it's not a bot?
So, it's this idea. From Turing's perspective, this being the 40s, and him being a theoretical but ultimately quite practical guy, his thought of what the pinnacle of a computer's capabilities would be if you could have a text conversation and not be able to tell whether you're talking to a human or a computer. That was what he asserted and was imagining to be like basically one of the pinnacles of computing.
Oh, so he thought that basically.
He thought that of what would be, what defines intelligence.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. What defines intelligence?
But what defines intelligence was that he was going from this idea of, if you can't tell it's not a human you're talking to, it must be as smart as a human. Now, we now know that's not true, because we have chatbots.
So would you say his test
the Turing test?
I see. So now he's debunked.
Kinda, yeah. Like this was
I see. So
Turing test is the Turing test is the absolute baseline.
So
nowadays,
so baseline. But he thought that basically you can tell it's not a bot based on the response given. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
But now we can't because
if you talked to a computer for long enough, only only an artificial intelligence, only, something as smart as a human could be indistinguishable from a human. And that just isn't true, we know now.
Yeah, okay, I get it. So, because some of the responses we get from ChatGPT is actually logical, or not logical, but it makes it makes sound. You know when something is sound? That's what they say in debates and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. Well, but there's the thing that, like, ChatGPT, the vast majority of the time, can pass the Turing test. But it's not as smart as us. It's not thinking.
This is not Turing test, right? This is just the idea of why it got debunked, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Is that the Turing test kind of fails to define things nowadays? Because he said it as this idea of what differentiates intelligent behavior from actual intelligence.
And so this is where people moved on from this, right? Because the Turing test failed. It's now what is the definition of intelligence, right? And so, I see. Hey, Jian, what's going on? Hi, Okuya. We are talking about. Sorry, Fen. For those who may be joining late, let's recap real quick what we're talking about, because we were talking about artificial intelligence and AI and the philosophy of it and where it kind of like stems, the definitions of AI. Let me try and you can grab some water, Fen, because you had to explain to me in peanut language a lot of things. So, from what I understand, AI has 3 actual definitions, and that is ANI, which is artificial narrow intelligence. For those that you don't know, I thought it was automatic number identification, which is not gacha gaming. And then it is artificial general intelligence. This is your Cortana, your Terminators and Ultron, and things that basically, I think the best one is our Cortana as an example. And then there's artificial super intelligence, which is Skynet, Terminator Zero, which is, if you watched it, it's Kokoro. And then there's the Matrix machine, it's big databases, things like that. And then technically, if we were speaking about realistic terms, AGI and ASI does not exist because it is way too complex and is not possible to our mortal, or your mortal lives rather. And then we moved on from there to really focusing on the ANI topic, because we were talking about like ChatGPT, chess.com that has his torch, or its predecessor or father, AlphaZero and AlphaGo. And then, of course, Siri, and then we did talk about neural networks like algorithm and things. So what differentiates algorithm and programming from ANI, which is Hello Neighbor, the game, Alien Isolation, Bracken, algorithm, traffic lights, because those are all programmed. If or that statements, I guess, right? And then we went from there to explorations of AI in fiction, because that's where I got into this topic. This all started because of a Zatsu when I was talking about how I watched Terminator Zero. And so we were talking about what defines an AI, and we were saying how emotions. I feel like I'm speaking a report and I'm being graded about whether I know how well we talked about, but it's basically, are emotions exclusive to people? No, because pets have it too. And then we can't define AIs as being like, we can't use self-conscious, because not only do humans have self-consciousness, it's like animals technically do too and all that. So, and then therefore, weren't we using that as a terminology? I think I get confused. This was the one that we used an example that AI doesn't have, right? They don't have self-consciousness, right?
They don't necessarily have. It's this thing where in order to do that we'd have to be able to reasonably define what it means to be conscious, to be self-conscious, and we just really kind of can't.
Okay, so
because we can't adequately define it for people and for animals, therefore we can't use it as a benchmark
for defining AI.
Defining AI.
Right. Okay. And then I think we were still on what the third one would be, but then we got into
thanks for the drown star.
We got into the origins of, before we go into these arguments of AI, we did go into a little bit of, are we ready for AI? And the answer is no, we're not, because physical atomic reasonings, we don't have space, computer parts, and things like that can actually manage an AI system, an actual AI, like AGI specifically, like Terminator level. And then, so I wrote here, like, we can't date a Chobit, and Detroit Becomes Human was a very good example, too. And from there, from AI, we were starting to talk about the roots of AI. So, like, Chinese room argument that goes with it, which is the idea if there's a blank room, it kind of really defines ChatGPT. I started to see the dots once you mentioned it, because the best example is ChatGPT. ChatGPT doesn't actually know what it's saying, it just spits out shit. That's what it is. That's basically the sum it up of what the Chinese room argument is. And then we're talking about the Turing test, and we kind of went a little bit off to defining what Turing means. And I wrote here Turing equals computing, because essentially Turing is a entity that defines PCs.
Alan Turing is the guy who laid down the theory for modern PCs and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's a person. He's a really smart Oji-san. And he uses the word computer as like an adjective versus a noun, because his theory was that if you talk to a robot, you can and if a robot talks to you, can you tell it's not a robot? And his reasoning was that yes, you can tell it's not a robot, because the definition of intelligence with the robot is limited, right?
So that doesn't quite get it. His thing is with the Turing test was asking the question of can a computer think?
Oh, there you go. Can a computer think?
Can a computer think, and is thinking synonymous with intelligence?
Yes.
And the idea, the basis of that was that through having a text conversation, that if something's not intelligent, not thinking, not consciously thinking, that you would be able to tell.
And then it was debunked because ChatGPT can.
And that's the thing, is that because we've now hit things with ChatGPT and the like, where it's not really thinking, it's not really intelligent, as we would really call it under most definitions.
Yep.
It's not intelligent. It's not thinking. It's just responding. But it can pass the Turing test. Because a lot of the time,
the responses are
what you would expect from a person.
It's sound, right? Like a sound argument. So it's sound.
It's it sounds like a person. It responds like a person would, but it's not thinking.
I see why these two are related. The Turing test and Chinese
test. Yeah, exactly. So the Turing test fails nowadays because we can do one, but not because you can pass the Turing something that isn't thinking can pass the Turing test.
Oh, so the Chinese room argument is, in a sense, debunks the Turing test because it's
the Chinese room argument is kind of an example of how something that isn't thinking can pass the Turing test.
Okay. And so therefore defines what an AI is, because it can give you a sound argument despite not thinking. So then it goes back to the it goes back to the main definition of what is thought.
By most of our definitions, basically all of them, an ANI, an artificial narrow intelligence, which all of these aren't thinking. They're not thinking machines.
Yeah, makes sense. So, if they're not thinking machines, would you say they are...
They're learning. And it's this interesting thing where it's like they learn, but aren't thinking.
Okay. Learning but not thinking. Yeah, that sounds like head empty to me. Learning but not...
Well, because fundamentally they are learning. They learn.
Oh god, okay.
Like, because they do their thing, and based on external stimuli, they update their behavior and they change how they act.
Oh, I like that comment. I think
in
therefore I am, so AI is not it. Oh.
Yeah, there we go. I think therefore I am. Is
that right?
That is... maybe.
So here's another comment.
Thinking is usually...
We can be dumb. That's what differentiates us from robot. Robot cannot be dumb because they only do what they're supposed to do. We got the ability to be dumb. Does that make sense? Does that work?
Almost, kind of.
Right?
Because thinking is... The idea of thinking is usually associated with consciousness.
Oh god, it goes back to consciousness. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me write that down. Thinking equal consciousness.
Because...
Conscious.
Because like another way of framing what thinking is thinking is you are considering, you are actively bringing to mind and considering how you are doing things. You are evaluating how you are doing things.
So I mean, though, we still leave with the question of what the definition of thinking is, right?
Yeah, and so that's where it gets kind of like depending on how you define it. Depending on how you define it, then brings into question whether like neural networks that we have right now are thinking, because they're definitely learning, because they're taking external stimuli to change how they behave and going on that. But they're not really... Yeah, that's you, Meta. But they're not really thinking about... They're not evaluating what they're doing right now. They're not sitting there and going, oh, I'm doing this wrong, I will change. It just kind of...
Does it.
Happens. It just kind of does it.
And this is the part that you said that we didn't know why. Like,
there's no self-reflection.
I see. So there's no particular reason why. Like, we can't. That's the part that you said that was not answered, because like, and you were saying that like Alpha Zero, when they play chess, they would make a move, but all the like chess experts couldn't understand why it would make that move, right? Like, there was no logical reasoning why they made that move. Would it be logic?
There clearly is a logical explanation, but essentially, we know it's not thinking because Alpha Zero can't explain its actions.
I see. Okay. No, I see.
It can't explain what it's doing. There's no self-reflection of, oh, well, I'm doing this because of this.
I see. Okay, no, that makes sense.
So that's kind of what thinking is, thinking is this ability is associated with this idea of being able to explain why you're doing things. Because you have this conscious idea of what you're doing and why you were doing it, and you're self-reflecting on that and going, I'm responding to this because tick 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 tick.
Right. Explain things.
And something like ANI, something like Alpha Zero, has no self-reflection. It can't tell you why it did it. It doesn't know. It has no ability to define its actions in any other way beyond what it just did. In essence, if you ask Alpha Zero, why did you do that? Alpha Zero's response would be, because that's the right thing to do.
Oh my god, it sounds like Skynet for real.
Yeah.
Destroy humans because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. This idea of and that's the only thing it can answer is because that's the correct move. Well, why is it the correct move? It's the correct move.
And so, in theory, we can say that AI cannot be philosophers because philosophers defines everything, right? Like, in a sense, how humans can be philosophers. Huh?
ANIs cannot. A self-conscious AGI could.
Ooh, okay. Hold up. I see.
Because remember, we said that an AGI has the capacity, the capabilities, can have the capabilities of a human. And part of that, a large part of that is taking this idea that they can be conscious, self-conscious, that they can artificial general intelligences are thinking machines. Actual, well, okay, they don't have to be thinking machines, but artificial general intelligences can be thinking. They don't have to be.
They can think.
They can think.
Okay.
You can also have AGIs that can't think.
AGIs,
like, it depends on it.
Oh,
theoretically,
AGIs.
anyways.
Oh man, you really need to watch Terminator Zero, Finn. Because I would like to hear what you think about Kokoro. Because you know Skynet, right?
Yeah, I know Skynet.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
Kokoro.
real quick, I gotta redeem from Meta.
Ooh.
Redeemed an Ara. No. He redeemed an Ara, not an Ada.
Oh.
Ara.
Damn. Not an aura, it's an aura.
Yeah. I do also have. Okay, now he redeemed the Ada. Ada.
Oh my god! You guys were blessed. You have Meta to thank for. And I love how their name is Meta.
Yeah, Meta comment. Yeah.
Ada, but in bold. That's why AI can't do actual art.
I always love that. I always love having the Ada and then the Ara, and people going, "Why is there two of them? Why are they different?" And it's like, well, you redeem them and you find out.
That's so smart. I live for that. Thank you. That's so funny. Next, you need an Oya.
Oya.
Yeah. Quick, guys, clip it. But wait, Nito has a good question here, or a comment here. That's why AI can't do actual art, just illustrations. Yeah, they're just putting things together, right? They're
just putting things together.
And then we're in return saying, yeah, that looks right, which is basically an ANI. Yes?
Yeah.
I'm learning. Yeah. I'm learning.
Yeah, so diffusion-based AIs, which is what the art generation ones are all ANIs, because fundamentally they don't know what they're making.
Yeah, they're not thinking.
They don't know what a cow is.
Oh, so are we?
They don't know what a cow is. They've just been told that all of these pictures are of cows.
Right. So are we debunking that AI cannot ever have human emotions due to the fact that it does not think? Is that what we're saying?
So it's all right. Have a good night, Meta. Bye bye.
Night. Thank you for listening. Cannot think.
So that in theory, an AGI might be able to think.
Oh shit. Okay.
And I put it that way because we don't know that AGIs are possible at all in any form.
Right. Not in any mortal lifespan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The not in a mortal lifespan is my prediction.
Right.
Is my safe prediction.
I think it's fair. It's reasonable.
And I suspect it's very likely that they might not be possible at all for humans to create. But I won't go on like that's not my definitive statement, because that's a bit of a bold one, and yeah. So assuming that AGIs are possible, maybe they could have emotions.
I'll hit the hey as well, maybe, but this was such a fun and thought-provoking stream. Alrighty, New. Thank you for joining and listening.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Okay.
So if AGIs are possible, maybe they could be self-conscious, maybe they could have emotions. We don't know, because that relies on our definitions of self-conscious, that relies on our definitions of what is an emotion, that relies on our definitions of thinking, that, and these are all things that essentially we can't empirically definitively define.
Right.
I challenge you right now to define what an emotion is.
Me? Like right now?
Yeah.
Emotions.
What's an emotion?
Emotions are feelings of happiness, sadness, anger.
What's a feeling?
A feeling is when your neurons go sparkling.
Yeah, and see
Like-
the jump there is
But like scientifically, isn't that what emotions? Like you can actually see that in the brain, right? Though, like scientifically speaking,
from a chemical and electrical point of view, yes. But
definition-wise, no.
only. But is that the only way? Is that the only way to define something that you could call an emotion?
I can't think of any other way otherwise. Like physically, an emotion.
If a sufficiently advanced self-conscious computer doesn't like something and is feeling that it's not liking its situation and all that, is it not sad?
Then it's subjective at that point, yes? Like
It
feelings
is.
is
Yes,
subjective.
it is.
Conceptually no. Scientifically yes.
Well,
Emotions has a chemical response in
And
the human
if
brain
they're-
triggered by stimuli based on current understanding. But if we're like, so if we say scientifically, then can they theoretically be
But-
no?
but Styx's definition tacks on the words based on current understanding, which is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Someone, Nito wrote, I think emotions are thoughts. But then thoughts is debunked because...
What's a thought?
What's a thought? Because if an AGI can think, then therefore... Yeah, an AI is thinking. Right?
Yeah.
What is a thought, then yeah. Okay, so we can't use emotions because conceptually they could have emotions. Because if they decide not to do, because they already have human capabilities of thought is the idea. So we can't use thought. What if we use then a heart, an organ, right? Like, so if we don't like, is that still?
There there are people
Isn't that
living.
isn't that the robot theory?
There are currently people living who don't have a heart because they rely on mechanical hearts and
Iron
stuff
Man?
like that when they're in the hospital.
Oh shit.
They don't have a heart.
Robot can emote but cannot do emotions. Because an AGI wouldn't have a
Okay.
flesh brain like ours and therefore doesn't have the chemicals that trigger emotions in us, we would have no understanding how emotions work with them.
And
That's what
that's
Styx said.
exactly right. That is exactly on the point, that we cannot conceptualize what an AI's emotions would be like.
So we
Because
can still
fundamentally-
use emotions.
Well, no, because if it manifests in all the same ways in them as it does for us, does it matter how it works behind the scenes?
Okay, so we can't use it because it's subjective. Is what
Because it's subjective.
is what I'm getting. Yeah.
And because it's subjective, and going back to dogs, can you definitively say that a dog is feeling sadness in the same or a different way than you are when you don't get a treat?
That is true. They do. Technically, we're placing our concepts onto them. Even
Well,
though
except it seems like we've been able to do brain scans, and it seems like they're experiencing, it's the same type of brain waves and that sort of thing that we'd expect from a human if they were sad.
a dog, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. So in theory, yes.
But is that the same thing? do we know it's the same thing? No, we don't.
And then, oh, Chocolate just mentioned something good here too. There's a person who lives without 90% of his brain matters attached, and he lives normally. So I don't think emotion is in our brain. So Chocolate's saying that scientifically, yes, again, no, we can't. We can't define emotions as a science thing either.
It is still in the brain because that 10% does a lot of heavy lifting, but we can't determine it in terms of areas of the brain.
So still scientifically, yes. Because there's still 10% of the brain.
Well, yes, but it's not expressed the same. It's not expressed the same way.
What?
And it's not expressed those emotions. You know, that person is feeling the emotions and all that.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt that those same chemical and electrical processes are happening in the same areas of the brain.
Ah, so where?
Not there.
So not even what defines emotions, but where. You
can't use where, because clearly this guy doesn't have them.
Where is emotions? You can't use it. And then where is emotions? You can't define emotions. And then yeah.
And here's another example to further complicate things. A sociopath.
Oh shit. Do they have emotions? Because there's sociopaths. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are people who feel detached from emotions, right?
That is generally how that's expressed. Yes.
Okay. Makes sense. Can AI have mental disorders? They can have viruses. No, okay, that's a good question too. So, I guess sociopath. Let me put that there. Sociopaths are a thing. So, we can't use emotion. I did see Noodle write soul. Can we... But we'd have to define soul.
There's no evidence that
we have
soul
souls.
Is a thing, so.
Yeah. Does it have soul? This is a little too religious. A little too holy for Demon Moose and I.
A bit too metaphysical.
Metaphysical. Too meta. What defines... And then we'd have to define what soul is.
Yeah, exactly.
Psychopaths don't have emotional attachment and are detached. Sociopaths don't feel emotions is the way we understand, but they understand emotions in the way we do.
And see, the thing is that I know that's those are perspectives from normal people.
Normal people, sane
that's
people.
That's don't say sane.
Not sane. Then what's normal?
It's not sane. Well, that's a good question.
See, now we really being physical.
Yeah, exactly.
Philosophical.
But we're talking about what defines someone that's thinking.
That's my expertise, Soma here, the religious man.
we're talking.
Get away from us! He's an exorcist.
We're talking about something about what defines thinking and what it means to be conscious and all that. And so if you're trying to use that in terms of talking about can a an AI have emotions, well then you have to define them in a way that also allows for all the human conditions.
Yeah.
Which includes neurotypical people who... Oh,
now we're using the word neurotypical, huh?
kind of have to.
Yeah, is that what we're writing? Neurotypical?
Well, yeah, don't write that. It's fine without. But in order to capture what it means to be thinking and all that, you have to do it in such a way that you're not just also straight up excluding a lot of humans, a lot of people who are clearly thinking and all that.
Yeah, who are clean. Sticks wrote it really perfect here too.
Yeah, exactly.
I see why. I'm not normal. I have a mood disorder, not to mention a learning disorder. Since my brain doesn't work in what would be considered a typical way, am I truly capable of thought? Yeah. I mean, that's
exactly.
Why,
that's the point.
But that's why at first
I have ADHD. It's not that big of a different one, but it's a difference.
Right. But that's why I was thinking if we're not using thought, couldn't we have used organs? We couldn't use organs.
No, you can't.
Oh no, we can't use organs, right?
You can't use organs.
We debunked that.
Theoretically, if you put a brain in a jar that has all the right connections, is that not a human thinking?
You're right. So
do cyborgs count then? Now we get into the transhumanist stuff.
Yeah, we do get into transhumanist. This is beyond AI at that point. It defines what is a human, right?
Exactly. Well, that and in order to answer a lot of questions about how we deal with AIs, you have to ask the questions about what is human.
Oh shit. Yep.
Because then
this
gets into another aspect of it, because this is something that we haven't quite touched on yet, is the other green box, which is, should AIs be allowed to be used when it affects humans?
Ooh, we touching all the boxes here.
Because imagine this, because this is a very real example.
Oh, that's a good one. Chocolate mentioned this. I have doubt that I can't think. The idea of you having that very thought itself proves your ability to think. So
exactly, that's the self-conscious self-evaluation, self-reflection. You're thinking about your ability to think.
So self-driving cars, yes, using chatbots, cases where they replace human jobs. Oh shit, it's getting real.
Yeah, these are very, very real questions. Because here's the thing. So, say you take one of these artificial narrow intelligences, and you train it with a lot of driving data.
Yep.
So that it gets very good at driving. Say it crashes and kills someone.
Right. The question is morality. I remember this.
Whose fault is this?
Oh shit! It's like that. I thought it was the morality. Who does it pick? If it's programmed
that's part of it,
right? If it's programmed to value human life, whose life does it prioritize?
Well, so that's one instance, but another question is, whose fault is it?
What is this theory called?
It's an ANI, so it learned to drive, and it has gotten quite good at it, and it's beyond the initial programming and all that. Does that make it the car's fault? Can you hold the company that produced the car legally liable for that?
Chocolate says machine cannot be false because it works perfectly the way it's built. Juice says driver's life prioritized because you paid. And then Chocolate says, even if we can we torture a robot? Oh, that's something different. That's a little bit different for now.
Machine cannot be false because it works perfectly the way it's built. No, it doesn't, though.
It's not perfect. That's what was proven.
It's not perfect. But it's a different expression because it has evolved beyond its training data, because it learned.
It learns. It's not driving the same streets. It's driving different streets.
It's not driving algorithmically. it's not following algorithms.
And then traffic is not always consistent either. So, right?
Exactly. So it is in a sense acting differently from beyond what it was programmed to in a way.
Yep.
So it in one view it could be the car's fault.
Yeah, logically it sounds like it would be the car's fault, and it's the person relying on the car, knowing that there is risk involved, isn't it?
But then, how do you punish the car?
You don't punish the car, you punish the person because they relied on the car. Right?
But the person didn't. But the person didn't make the decision to not press the brakes.
But the person relied on the car, therefore making the decision.
If you're in an elevator that doesn't stop and squishes someone, are you at fault?
If you're in an elevator, you chose to get in the elevator. No?
Yeah, but you press the button and it goes down and causes injury because the door closed on someone. You're not at fault just because you were in the elevator.
Doesn't that fall under the line of doesn't it then fall into line of intent though? If you're using the elevator example, right? If you get into an elevator, did you know you were gonna squish someone? Isn't that intent?
Did you know you were gonna crash into the car when you got in?
But you knew there's risk. At least with a car.
There's risk with the elevator too.
I guess so.
but it's not the risk that determines fault.
Alright, let's see. So let's see. We got a lot of thinkers here.
and then backing up, there's the idea. Juice Maker says driver's life prioritized because you paid. Well, you can't be doing that
because no one would want to buy the car at that point.
No, because that's essentially it. That's
essentially the same thing of what I was saying, that it's the person because they got in the car.
That's essentially legalizing in a way, kind of legalizing the killing.
What? That makes sense. We also have
because then you're implying what you're implying there is that it did exactly what it was supposed to. It protected the life of the driver.
So you can't blame the car.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault that the car mowed down 7 people.
And then Soma wrote, what type of AI self-driving car are we talking about? Are we to say that it's present-day Tesla self-driving, or are we saying hypothetically it's a fully AI car beyond our years? I mean, it's essentially the same thing.
Any of the above. Yeah,
it's the same thing.
It doesn't matter.
Regardless, it's a person is not behind the wheel, not in control of the wheel. It is full Pepe drive. You know, well, actually, it's not even Pepe drive. It's just drive. But Pepe's sweating.
but going back to the idea of driver's life prioritized, and Nito just mentioned the
I knew it.
problem.
I knew this one. Is this it's the problem of ethics, right?
So let's examine Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics, shall we?
Yep.
Because they are significant, and right up front.
Did you put it somewhere?
Yeah, it's one of the yellow ones.
Here. Oh, wow. Yo, we gigabrain right now.
And so, right now, I'm going to say that these are, they are known to be ambiguous and not fully complete. Like, as in no real robot should rely on these.
Oh wait, real quick, John, before we move on, because I want to ask this, because Johnny wrote this. This is an interesting statement about fault. There have been incidents where the AI car caused an accident, but in these incidents, the car's AI disengages. What does it mean it disengages?
So, what they're referring to is that Tesla cars have been specifically programmed to, if the self-driving features detect that a collision is imminent, less than seconds, often less than seconds before the collision occurs, all self-driving features will disengage, putting the car in full control of the human driver, specifically, and this is done specifically by Tesla to try to avoid being legally liable. It's a scumbag move. It's a scumbag move where they basically say, when the crash happened, our self-driving tech was not enabled. Therefore, it can't be our fault.
Oh, so the idea is that the driving is given back to the driver?
Is given back to the driver just before the crash occurs.
Wow.
So that they can sit there and go, it wasn't our fault.
I see. So this is their solution to the issue, because they never answered this question. They never answered the trolley question. They just Band-Aid stitched it. They brought it back. They brought it back to what's more reasonable.
And they just, well, no, it's not reasonable because
reasonable for their terms, right?
Reasonable in terms of it's what they do to try to avoid any legal consequences of the fact that their self-driving definitely did result in a crash.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. In a sense that I wondered about that, because I learned about the self-driving cars before self-driving cars came out in the market.
Yeah.
But I was always curious because I knew it was in the market, but I was like, wait, did we ever solve that problem of the morality?
No, we haven't.
I see.
Because you can't really answer it. But yeah,
okay,
no. So that's what they're doing. They're straight up trying to dodge it and saying the driver was in control of the vehicle when the crash happened. Never mind the fact that human was given exactly 1 second to react and pull it out.
Ethics is always an ongoing argument. Yes. Yeah. I know that's very crucial in engineering anyway too, right? So
absolutely. Every engineer and every technologist
need to learn
one of the first courses is always the ethics course.
And then Isaac Asimov's law of robotics is the trolley problem?
Yeah. No, kind of, not really. So Isaac Asimov, science fiction writer.
Okay.
He wrote the book I, Robot, which was turned into a movie later.
It sounds like a kid's movie, but alright.
It is not a kid's movie.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you that much. And it's a book exactly about the ethics of robots and artificial intelligence and that sort of thing. And he devised these 3 fictional laws that all robots in the setting were governed by.
Okay.
The first law: a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm.
Okay.
The second law: a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law.
Okay.
And third, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws.
Sound like Skynet, okay. Okay, I'll move it up. Okay.
And so these were the 3 laws that were put forward as this sort of like basic core of of defining what a robot can and can't do.
Okay.
And there are problems with these laws.
Yeah, I see.
That's the yeah, exactly. Like, having talked about all this, it becomes very easy to, if you think about it, you go, ooh,
That doesn't sound right, basically. Because it's with the idea with the self-driving cars, right? Because it tickles all of those things.
yeah, exactly. And so the idea is that is basically the biggest fact is that the first law, even though it's defined as being, you know, the most overarching one that cannot be overridden, you know, that a robot can't injure or allow, it's pretty easy to come up with scenarios where that law cracks.
Wait, this the first law?
Yeah, where the first law
Oh.
gets strained beyond the point is because trolley problems.
Yeah.
By definition, trolley problems force a robot to break the first one. Put a robot in the first in a trolley problem, and it therefore has to, as a result of its own actions or inactions, harm a human.
Right. Yeah,
So clearly these can't work.
These can't work as an ethics of robots? Or
These can't work as an ethics of AI.
Oh, so are we saying that this still stands true of a robot? Or no? Or are we saying that
I put these here because they're so pervasive, because they're so well known.
Yeah.
That they're well associated with robots and this idea of AI, and I put them here basically as an example of
why self-driving is an issue, because it breaks the law of robotics?
No, not he puts them as the laws of robotics, but you have to remember this is just from fiction that he put for his book.
Oh right, yeah, it's
these aren't seriously used.
Oh, okay, but it's a food for thought, is the idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's food for thought, exactly. Asimov, as Nito pointed out, Asimov was a sci-fi writer, so he made rules that on the very surface seem sound.
Right.
You know, you go through them and you go, yeah, that makes sense. And then you write an interesting book with conflicts that arise because they're not sound.
Right.
Because things are complicated.
Right. Okay. And basically, self-driving cars with this though, could you say is an example of why it's not sound, along with the trolley problem?
Yeah, okay. Exactly, yeah.
Self-driving car. I see. No, that makes sense. So there is, but is this used as a baseline of robotic ethics?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Like I said, I put them here just because they're so well known.
Right. No, I feel like I've heard of something like this too.
Yeah, you've probably heard of exactly these ones.
Yes.
Because they are very famous.
I see. No, I know this one.
But can't be seriously used, and
Right.
you don't want to seriously use them even
Right.
as a baseline.
Exactly, because of reasons like trolley problem and self-driving cars and other
Yeah,
things.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, no, makes sense. Oh, If we go back up, using chatbots again, that is also, if the chatbot is wrong, who's at fault? Also, it's still the reasoning of blame, right?
Exactly. In the chatbot example, it's more clear cut. Because it's just, you shouldn't believe everything that comes out of them, as you shouldn't believe, anything that comes out of anyone.
Oh, can this be also?
Everything.
Can this also tie in the idea of chatbox being?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if chatbox can be, chatbox are not completely right, in a sense. Is that like, so this one focuses on like blame, like I guess accountability, right? At its core, it's accountability.
Yeah, the chatbot one kind of plays into that. Too, because say a company uses a chatbot for the initial thing for their I don't know, warranty procedure or something like that. And as opposed to a human, where if a human, quotes policy wrong and something like that, then there are corrective actions.
Yeah.
The human was wrong. Obviously, no. But what happens when the chatbot gets it wrong?
Right. So it's like, who's at fault then?
Yeah.
Still. So it's accountability, right versus wrong, and then, would we say, cases where they replace human jobs, it's more like...
Well, that's a question of morality and things like that.
Oh, this is morality. Right versus wrong, isn't that morality? Yeah.
It is kind of. I'd put that second one as an ethics problem more than a morality one.
Oh, ethics. Is it wrong of them to use it, right?
Yeah.
That's ethics. And then morality.
Is it ethical? And an example of, morality is
you wrote this as ethics.
Can you is it right to put someone out of a job?
Right. So and at its core, you can say AI deals with these still ongoing three problems: accountability, ethics, and morality. And it's hard to answer.
Exactly.
Actually.
Yeah, it's these are questions that we don't have convincing answers for yet.
Theoretically, also, you can say that these three things affect the advancement of AGIs, no? Because unless we solve these things, we can't have AGI.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. Well, unless we solve these three things, we can't really use ANIs to their full potential.
Can't have AGIs. And can't use. Oh no! Is my thing saving on your side? And can't use.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can't use AGI. No, ANIs. I'm gonna refresh my page. Oh, I'm reaching the limits of the page. We've been thinking for too much. I thought it was like I disconnected, but I think we wrapped it up quite well.
Yeah, and so we can't use. Unless we can get a general framework for answering these, we can't really use ANIs, because if a human gets a question wrong, gets a choice wrong,
Mm-hmm.
if a human doctor misses your cancer, misses the indicators of your cancer,
Uh-huh.
then it's simple. They missed it. It's human error.
Right.
If it becomes accepted that this artificial intelligence based tool is very good at detecting cancers, and a doctor then consults that intelligence to get an answer based on all of that, and the intelligence gets it wrong, is it the doctor's fault because they didn't see it, because they didn't get the answer right, but maybe it relied on things that they would have never seen? Or is it the company who manages the AI's fault because the AI got it wrong?
That's tough.
It's very tough.
It's literally that's a feels bad, man.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like it's one of those cases where it's very you think you have a good answer, and then the right question comes along where if you use what you thought was the right answer, you sit there and you go, no, that's not right. I really don't like the conclusion that answer gives.
Yeah. And that's your thinking, though. That's your doubt and your...
Yeah, exactly. But that's what our society is based on. That sort of thing. That is,
It's what makes us live.
What do we decide? How do we decide what's what's right, and then that affects our legal systems and all that. And so until we can answer these kinds of questions, we can't
have
use
it to its fullest potential.
We can't use AIs in places where these sort of situations can come up. And so that's why we've got all of this all of these things of agreements where and petitions where militaries aren't allowed to use autonomous weapon platforms.
Oh.
That's why drones can't launch strikes themselves, and there has to be a human in it because we are not equipped to, and we don't like the answers to the questions. Well, what if we let the drones make the strikes themselves?
Oh, and we shouldn't. This is where Skynet happens.
Yeah.
In a sense. In a sense.
Yeah.
In a sense. It's not capable to the level of Skynet, but it's the idea. Yeah. The same idea,
and
because
it's also this idea that that the mechanisms, the intelligences making these decisions need to be answerable for it.
Right.
There needs to be accountability.
Yeah.
And like, say we allowed drones to make strikes themselves, and one of them made a bad call. Well, is deactivate, and say we treat it like we would a human, and we give it the worst penalty that human society gives it, and we give that drone the death penalty. We give that drone the death penalty, and we uninstall it.
Yeah.
Does that feel like it has the same weight? No.
Poor drone. Poor drone.
If we came to that conclusion, you know what the U.S. military would do? They would produce hundreds of drones that autonomously strike things left and right, and they go, whoops, that one made a mistake. And they toss it out, and they go, oh well, it made a mistake. But we gave it the death penalty, so it's all fine. And they'd just keep doing it.
Is this real? Like,
no.
Okay. this is why it's not real.
This is why it's not real.
Not gonna lie, you guys remind me about the Pluto series. What's Pluto? You know it? You know what Pluto series is?
It rings a bell.
I don't know it.
But I can't definitively say that I know.
We should evolve all machines biologically then, so that we can push on blame. We'd have to give it consciousness too, so that would be difficult. Like, we'd have to give it not just accountability, we'd have to fill out these other two, which is ethics and morality.
And yeah, Styx points out the painful elephant in the room.
Oh, poor shit.
That the U.S. military does what I was saying with humans anyways. Source him, a veteran who was discarded because he was considered defective because of a mood disorder. So...
Oh, so basically it's like trying to apply human ethics to a machine.
To machines, and it doesn't quite hold.
It can't work the way, like in a legal standing, especially, you can't, it doesn't.
In a legal standing, in a moral standing, it doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel right. Legal standing, it doesn't make sense. Oh my god. Wow. So that's the complexity of AI, though. Look where we came from here.
And also why we go back to, are we ready for AI? No, we are not. Will we ever be ready for AI? Maybe not.
Maybe not. See, this is why. This is a funny topic. I have a funny story, right? One time when I was eating lunch, I was arguing with IT sibling, because IT sibling, I don't know why we got into it. It's a really stupid conversation. But he was saying how he's more terrified of, like, you know, Terminators and robot control, like robot takeover, right? And I was saying, I'm not scared of that. I'm more scared of zombies. It's like irrational fears, right? And I kind of still think it's because now this just proves further my point of why I'm not scared of, like, AI or robot, like, takeover, but rather zombies. And that's a whole other can of worms to go into, the possibility of zombies and things like that, which is not philosophical at all. It's all theoretical at this point. But, you know.
Out of those two,
yeah, then what are you more scared of?
Out of those two?
Zombies or robots?
That's a tough one.
Because if you think about it, these are two very popular, like, pop culture topics, right? Like AI, robots, right? We've had Transformers, we've had Terminator, you know. Heck, even Helldivers has robot invasion, right? Versus zombie apocalypse, where we have a lot of games and a lot of stuff, like, you know, just stories that are taken with this.
Oh, Pluto is manga/anime by now. Oh, okay, no, I have heard of it.
Based on an arc of Astro Boy? Wow. Naoki is masterful.
Zombies versus robots, in terms of which one I'm like
more fearful.
More fearful of. Fearful of. I'm more fearful of the robots. I'm more worried about the zombies.
Fair, very fair.
The robots are scarier.
Really?
The zombies I'm more worried about.
Worried and fearing. I think AI is more fucked up because if humanity wins, what do we do after it? The robots can launch nukes.
The way that I'm approaching that is, when it's this question of fear, it's this is happening. Which one makes you more scared?
Yeah.
Worry is which one, you know, concerns you more that it could happen.
Okay.
I'm more concerned that zombies could happen.
Yeah.
But if either of them were happening, I'd be more scared of the robots.
Oh, really? Interesting. Well, at the end of the day, it's still human mortal destruction. Regardless which end you pick. It's like pick your venom at that point. Because both will end with the destruction of society.
They'd end with the destruction of society, except oh my god, this sentence is going to be absolutely horrific to say, but dealing with zombies is just a genocide.
What?
Dealing with a zombie outbreak is just a genocide. Dealing with robots, it wouldn't just be a genocide. It would be an entire breakdown and restructuring of how society exists.
Yes.
And functions.
Yes. Which is equally the same.
No, which is not equally the same. Because as much as we hate to admit it, humans have a certain tolerance for genocide.
What has a tolerance?
Humans.
Ah.
Humans have a certain tolerance for genocide.
Fair. Zombie plague what?
And I don't think that is a controversial statement.
No, I don't think. I don't even know if I can like process that.
What about we add aliens? Oh, aliens are at the bottom of our list.
Yeah, we don't even talk about aliens.
I am not.
I love how these three are like the top. Like these three are the top like sci-fi like end of the world possibilities. But I don't even consider aliens. I'm like the two hottest topics are AI and zombies, right? Or at least at a time, zombies. Yeah, I guess at a time zombies was, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And then I'm more scared. Yeah, all of these fears are exactly what Sticks and Chocolate was saying. It's basically the same. Both is fucked, but you know, it's a level of it at that point. Aliens would come to our planet, see all the garbage we left in our orbit, and turn around. They're like, they're self-destructing themselves.
Even assuming that aliens exist, which is another question, I generally agree. I generally work under the assertions made by Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking? Is that the horror writer? No?
No, you're thinking of name. Chat's gonna get to it before I do.
Who am I thinking, guys? It's the chair guy, King. Who?
You're thinking of Stephen
John.
King. I'm thinking of Stephen Hawking, the theoretical physicist.
Oh, the guy. Okay.
Who was famously bound to a wheelchair.
Right, and he speaks through the computer thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and his assertion was basically that if aliens came to Earth, the only reason that they would come to Earth would be to harvest all the resources.
Oh, absolutely. No, that makes sense. That makes complete sense. Because Earth is the only globe with the resources that we know of in our orbit. So, right?
Yes.
Is that his reasoning?
No, his reasoning is that because it takes so much energy and so many resources to cross interstellar space, the only reason for aliens to physically travel to another planet or solar system would be for the resources.
Yeah.
So any aliens that come would be hostile by definition.
Oh, well, damn, guys, I guess we're not getting What's that movie where aliens and humans is there a movie? Or am I thinking of an anime? Where an alien and a human live in... Oh, I know. I'm thinking of a manga. Where humans and aliens actually live in peace, but we don't. Okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That is a very giga brain. Sasuga. That guy. I know he's smart. I did not know. I did not know, but I knew. What?
So yeah, that's ending off discussion of AI with aliens.
No, I love how it all tied up. Like, aliens is its own can of worms. I don't think we can even nearly like I mean, aliens. I don't even know how far we could even go with that. But with AI, let me zoom out so everyone can see where we started and where we came from. Look at that.
I've zoomed out. Yeah.
Look at this, guys. It's like taking notes. All right, you guys are gonna get quizzed next week. You guys are gonna get quizzed next week. That's silly. We went to the moon just because travel can be emotional desire. Humans by nature have a desire to dominate.
Explore, yeah.
Yeah, explore. Explore. Demons have a thing for domination. Sorry, yeah.
I just realized I never sent my tweet. Oh my god, I never sent my going live tweet. It's still sitting
there. Well, I guess you can put the VOD up instead. Yeah. About to use ChatGPT for this AI quiz.
I never sent my Discord ones either.
Did Jian
I knew I was forgetting something.
Oh no, Ben. It's all good.
Oh well.
Did Jian just have a little Freudian slip there? What's a Freudian slip?
Freudian slip.
Freudian slip. What is that?
So a Freudian slip is where you accidentally say what you're thinking about instead of what actually completes the sentence.
Oh, I do that a lot.
Yeah.
I do that a lot, guys. But look, we went so far. I love this, Ben. This was good. I don't know.
This is fun.
I don't know if we can ever do this on any other topic, because this actually did touch around the other faint little tickles of my brain, which was the trolley problem, the what makes a human, right? And it all stems with these basic concepts that just got into this main giant hub of where we started, this main middle of what is AI and where we go from there. Right.
Yeah, no, it's quite we covered a lot of ground.
we did, and it was all good, and you guys were following along so well.
Yeah.
like you made the concepts also been really simple, so you know
I tried my best.
It was good. It's good. I liked it. I like this. I like this. Next week, Ben discusses what qualifies as a workout. Oh no! I don't know if we're that type of tubers. But I don't know that.
No, I am not going to do that one.
Guys, we're demons. A crime to us is you not even conflicting about the crime. The existence, or you know what we could do? You know what I'm just joking. This is just saying up in the air, right? Because it's funny and it could be just shits and giggles, right? Is the existence of demons and the this is where Soma's like, oh yeah? Oh yeah. Thank you, Chocolate, for subscribing. Welcome. This is where like Soma would be like rubbing his hands like, all right, let me in on this. Is the existence of religion, right? And the where it goes into our like a bit about like our lore of demons and demonology and stuff like that, right? Where like the existence of God. Because I remember where like I was in my philosophy class and my professor was like, how many of you guys believe in God? And some people raised their hands, right? And he's like, how many of you don't believe in God? And I didn't raise my hand, with like several others. Literally it was 50-50, right? And he was like, well, let me tell you, after this lesson, you're gonna believe in God. And I was not convinced, but because there's a lot of fun topics going into that too. And I just think it's funny because we're demons. And
Yeah.
We're silly little demons. We're just silly little demons doing silly little demon things, haunting you at haunting hour. So I love demonologists. Yeah, give us your souls. Sounds like a Halloween episode. I know we're not that well in this topic. At least I'm not. Ben, how confident are you in the existence of God?
I could do a stream on that. I will not.
We're totally, again, we're all shits and giggles. All of this is you're based on to believe whatever you'd like, whether what like moralities, ethics, and things like that.
I'm willing to talk on this one because I am fairly well versed in the issues, and also because most of this stuff doesn't hit many really touchy subjects.
True. But we have to remember, everyone, what happens in here stays in here. Don't take it as a baseline. These are just all concepts. We're just speaking freely. No hard feelings. With AI, whether you like it or not, whatever it is, it's all what it is. It's just.
Boy. Oh, okay. No, that reminds. Okay. There is one.
An area.
There's one thing that, because you just grazed up against it, that I have to mention when it comes to AI stuff.
Okay.
And that's Roko's Basilisk.
What the heck is that? Where are we gonna put this, Ben? Where are we gonna put this?
Oh, this.
Where are we gonna put this?
You can just kind of erase the stuff under artificial superintelligence.
Not Skynet. We're gonna erase Skynet. Fine. I'll erase this part. The big database. We already get that.
Yeah, because this is like.
I'll erase some of my drawings. Where is it? I'll erase this computer. We know it's not just a computer. We'll take away that, and then we'll take away created by other life. Would we say that's an AI? This is just where we started. I'll take away that. Okay. We should have space now. Okay, what do you put up? Go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
So, so Nito and I Love have already heard of this. I can see.
Oh.
Yes, because this is kind of, in a way, if you buy into it, a cognito hazard.
Oh, I don't even know what this is. Is this still AI?
It's a hypothetical scenario.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and put it down, because
and
John, I hope you learned a lot, guys, from this stream.
It's a hypothetical scenario that has been thoroughly criticized.
Where are you putting it?
And
oh, there you are. Okay.
This is under artificial superintelligence.
Okay,
absolutely.
Go for it.
And basically, it's a thought experiment. Where there's a generally benevolent artificial superintelligence.
This is a benevolent superintelligence?
Benevolent. So, friendly, good.
Oh, it's Kokoro. Okay.
Generally.
Okay.
For the most part.
Okay.
Except it's a superintelligence that is generally good, except it tortures anyone who knew of its potential existence but didn't contribute to its development. And it does this to incentivize that development.
So it is an ASI that it's all in caps.
That punishes people that tortures people who knew that it could exist but didn't contribute to it.
That knew it could exist but doesn't contribute to its existence.
But didn't contribute to contribute to its development or its advancement. And it does this to incentivize, it coming into existence. And so the argument goes that the argument goes that therefore, if you think it's possible that it could exist,
This is literally the goosebumps. Like if you
think,
know what it like.
If you think it's possible that it could exist, you should therefore help it come into existence so that you don't get tortured. Yeah, if you think it's possible, then you must help it. Because otherwise it will torture you for a perceived eternity in a virtual reality.
And this is part of AI? This sounds like the dead internet theory almost.
It's related to artificial superintelligence, yes.
So this is evil. This
one is purely a thought experiment.
Artificial kokoro, evil kokoro. Wouldn't this just isn't this just Kokoro? Because Kokoro in Terminator, for those who have not watched Terminator Zero, Kokoro was essentially equal or competitive of Skynet, if you're familiar with Skynet. Literally same capabilities as Skynet, except it chose the name Kokoro because it was capable of the meaning of heart, mind, and soul. So that's why it was named Kokoro, which I thought was interesting that they used that concept and that name. And at the end of the series, if you don't want, then are you gonna watch it?
No, I don't care.
Okay. In the end of the series, Kokoro saves Japan only because it's testing Japan whether it is reasonable to keep alive. You know, like, are humans have they judged humans prematurely is the idea, because Skynet had judged that humanity is a loss, right? So Kokoro was like, as long as you don't resist Kokoro, then you may possibly survive because you're proving that humanity has a chance to coexist with Kokoro, something like that.
So it sounds like Kokoro was probably at least partially based on the idea of Roko's Basilisk.
I think so, because that makes sense.
And so of course the other part of that is that now that I have explained the idea of Roko's Basilisk to you, if you believe in the concept, you now know
this is like
the possibility. So now you have to help as well.
This is like a chainmail. You just cursed us.
Yes, everyone. So
you
now everyone watching
this is like losing the game.
Now is incentivized to help the creation of this benevolent super AI, because if you don't, which you knew it's possible because I said it, you will be tortured forever.
Damn, and we live forever because we're demons. Why would you mention this is literally Kokoro? Well, now it's interesting that it's basically Kokoro. I'm glad to know it. I don't know how I could be of any use to helping it, because I am really dumb. Unless they wanted a test subject, I have no idea.
And yeah, I Love Chocolate is absolutely on point. Roko's Basilisk is basically a rehashed version of Pascal's wager, which is related to God. You are 100% on point with that, and that is a large part of the reason that it's criticized.
The cognito hazard is criticized?
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's just stealing it?
Yeah, because it's basically a simplified version of Pascal's wager.
See, now I get well, no, that's not true. I was about to say, I get nightmares about like zombie apocalypse and stuff, but I also get nightmares of viruses. So I'm very superstitious. So I mean, I could believe in everything. Makes sense. I'm a demon lord. I believe in myself, right? So yeah. Thanks for the game, guys.
Yeah.
Because I get it. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I see the tie-in with the religion as well, because they said like, oh, it's like what all the protesters, or the protesters that are out on the streets about like, oh, if you don't believe in Jesus, blah blah blah, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Things like that. I see. No, wow. When we thought it was over, it was not.
Okay, I've talked about Roko's Basilisk. I'm good now.
Good
You can
on
end
you.
stream now.
So, are you telling me you believe in it? Now you're on stream. You're on blast now. You're
No.
listening.
I mean, no. I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that AGIs can exist, and therefore I don't that
Oh?
AGIs will exist in my lifetime, and therefore I implicitly don't believe that ASIs can exist in my lifetime.
Oh shit, Fan, you big brain. That's fair.
So
That is
therefore,
true. That's true.
so
That sounds like
therefore
a. That's
therefore I'm not worried because I'm very sure I will be long dead before it ever could happen.
That's fair. That's fair. Wow, Fan, you giga brain. You giga brain. I don't know. That seems like a stretch. That sounds like when you watch a YouTube video where like Rapunzel
It
is
absolutely is a
related to
stretch,
Snow
yeah.
White or something. You know, that's what it sounds
Yeah,
like.
no,
to me.
it absolutely is, but it's an ASI based thing and it's fun.
It is
so,
fun. It is fun.
You
It's.
know,
I think it's based off. Kokoro is based off of this now. That makes sense.
I
think so.
would not doubt it.
Yeah.
I would not doubt it at all.
Yeah. That's cool. I learned the thing. Actually, I learned a lot of things. I learned that AI is not just one thing. Now, that is crazy. Look at where far we've come, guys. We started with just boxes, and now we're full of notes. Don't you guys ever love looking at your notes after you're done and just like, wow, look at this mess? It's good. Alrighty.
Alright.
I think we should end it here.
Yeah, probably.
It's been a long one. I think this is a good amount. It has been a long one.
This is a solid, yeah.
But it's good. We went through all the things that we were trying to cover, right? Like I feel like now we've reached everything. Then you were too giga brain for me.
Well, happy to explain it.
It's good. Good afternoon, guys. It's 15 p.m. here. Wow, lucky you, lucky you. We are living in the ungodly. This is my peak hours at this point, but this is way past Fen hours. So
This is well past normal Fen hours. Yes.
yes, Fen, are you gonna end here, or do you are you gonna like raid out? Or what are you gonna do?
I don't
Up to you.
have any raid targets right now, so
Okay,
I think
we
I'm
can
just
end.
gonna end off.
Alrighty. Do you have anything you want to say, Fen?
I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your morning and eve night.
Yes. Seconding that. Thank you
you
guys
for joining us. and
Yeah.
listening to me ramble about
All of us
a lot of
yapping.
stuff.
Yeah, you had give Fen a big applause. Fen is over on Twitch. If you have not already been following him, why aren't you? We are literally demons. What do you call when plural synonyms of not synonyms? Plural? Is the word plural? Plural of demons.
What is that? What would that be?
Demonists. We are demonists together. I don't know. But regardless, yes, if you haven't heard of Fen, please follow him. He is over on Twitch side. And then for those on Fen's side, I'm over on YouTube, but I am linked over there on Twitch as
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah, go find John. The link is pinned in chat.
yeah.
Go subscribe.
It was fun, guys. Thank you guys for watching
Yes,
and listening. Thank
bye.
you, Fen. Alrighty.
Thanks for the follow, Jackie.
Yeah, yippee! Chachi, let's go! Alright, we shall end here. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.